Good morning. It is day 7 of Sean Diddy Combs' trial. We are starting today with David James returning to the witness stand. So the prosecutor will start with the questioning, and we're going to jump right in. So, prosecutor asks, what about physical violence between Mr. Combs and Cassie did you personally observe? Did you personally observe it? David James says, no, I did not. Prosecutor, do you remember a blog post? David James says, yes, I was in LA when he came back from a club. What did Mr. Combs say? That someone was lying on him, saying he hit Cassie at the club. He went through my browser history. No one had ever done that to me. Excuse me. Prosecutor, did Mr. Combs give you instructions about Cassie? David James, to bring her food at the London hotel, some Roscoe's. And keep in mind, David James is one of Diddy's personal assistants. Prosecutor, what is Roscoe's? David James, some delicious fried chicken in Los Angeles. What did you do for Mr. Combs in New York? I'd bring him applesauce, jello, Fiji water, his toiletry bag with ointments just for men. We bought 40 items so he wouldn't call us later. I'd get a key like at the Trump International. I'd set up the medicine bag and the personal LV bag. What was in it? A Viagra, ecstasy, perks. Prosecutor, how did you go about replenishing these supplies? The personal assistant, David James, said, I'd use my personal credit card. Bad boy paid me back. Prosecutor, who paid you back? David James, usually Bonds. Bonds, again, this is one of the security persons that we keep hearing about. Uh, Prosecutor, did Mr. Combs ever stay alone in a hotel? Never. Usually Cassie, sometimes other women. Did he ask you for things during a stay? He'd text me for an iPod or food. Now that tells you how long ago this was, because we're still talking about an iPod. Did anything strange ever happen? Yes, in Miami. He asked me for an iPod from his house on Star Island. I drove to his hotel and knocked. No answer. I had the key. I'd set up the room. What did you see? Cassie on the bed. There was another person who sort of scurried away and the shower was on. I thought Mr. Combs was in there. How was she sleeping? The prosecutor asked. On her back. The defense objects. The judge sustains the objection. Prosecutor, what about the other person? He was about 5'8" with long hair and a large endowment. He scurried away. Did you ask anything? I wasn't hired to ask about their personal affairs. So obviously there was a freak off happening there. A prosecutor, did you ever pick up drugs for Mr. Combs? Yes, Percocets at a pharmacy, sometimes in my name. Did you give him permission to use your name? David James said, I don't recall that. Prosecutor, was there a drug dealer? David James said, yes, one stop. So we've heard about this one stop, which is a nickname for the drug dealer, mentioned, I think the first time we heard about him was from Don. I don't remember if Cassie referred to a drug dealer as one stop. I don't recall that, but I know for sure that Don, in her testimony, referenced a drug dealer called One Stop. Prosecutor, he met with a lot of people. David James, yes. Excuse me. Even former presidents. Which one? The prosecutor asked. David James said, former President Obama. What was your understanding would have happened? What was your understanding would have happened if you hadn't done these things? Uh, The defense attorney objects, the judge sustains the objection. So here, Diddy's assistant talks about Diddy meeting with former President Obama. And again, I don't think there's anything salacious there at all because, before all of this was with Diddy, Diddy was very active in Get Out the Vote and other things like that. His the public side of Diddy. So I don't think there's anything salacious about that. Prosecutor said, "Did you ever take ecstasy?" The personal assistant said, "Yes, I was drinking Ciroc. I took ecstasy. I was Diddy bopping." Prosecutor said, "What do you mean?" "I was vibing." "Did you speak with Mr. Combs about it?" David James said, "Yes, he was reviewing the footage of the party. We had a videographer who filmed the parties. He asked me, 'Hey, Playboy, was that you dancing around at the party?' I said, 'Yes.' And he said, 'I'm going to keep the video in case I ever need it.'" Prosecutor, meaning that I'd be embarrassed. Excuse me. "Did anything ever go missing?" the prosecutor asked. They said a bracelet was missing. Uncle Polly, this is another person a part of security. Uncle Polly came to my hotel room and searched my belongings and those of my girlfriend at the time. Could you have said no? The defense objects. The judge advises them to move on. Prosecutor, did you ever have to take a lie detector test? Yes. Who was present? Just me and this gentleman. It was very intimidating. They put monitors on my head, my chest, and my hand. Could you refuse? The prosecutor asked. Not to keep my job, replied the personal assistant. Did this happen again? Yes, when Mr. Combs said a watch of his had been stolen. What was the result? The gentleman told me I seemed nervous. I said, "Sure, I am." David James then went on to say, once Capricorn Clark, who I believe is another assistant, had to take a lie detector to prove she wasn't part of a heist of Mr. Combs' jewelry. Prosecutor, was there an incident at Mel's Diner with Suge Knight? Suge Knight is also a name that has come up quite often. There's a short list at this point of names that are coming up repetitively. Suge Knight is on that list. Kim Porter is on that list. D-Rock, Roger Bond, and Uncle Polly at times. Anybody associated with security. These people names are coming up quite a bit. And KK, which I believe is Diddy's chief of staff. So again, the prosecutor said, was there an incident at Mel's Diner with Suge Knight? Yes, I drove the Silver Navigator to get cheeseburgers there. D-Rock said, that's MF and Suge Knight. He went over and said, what's up? Suge didn't recognize him. D-Rock said, I'm Biggie's boy. Prosecutor, what happened next? We noticed 4 black SUVs, different sides of the parking lot. Wow, this involvement with Suge Knight is just okay. Let me keep going. We noticed 4 black SUVs on different sides of the parking lot. I saw someone hand Suge Knight a gun. D-Rock said, we got to get out of here. We drove back to the house. Prosecutor, what did you find there? Cassie was crying. Mr. Combs got in the vehicle. I saw 3 guns on his lap. I felt calm because we'd been in a silver vehicle, now a black one. They wouldn't see us coming. Prosecutor, what did you find at Mel's Diner? David James, Suge Knight had left. Mr. Combs said, drive around the block. Prosecutor, what did you decide? David James said, and who's the personal assistant, to leave the company. They offered me other positions, but I just wanted to leave. My life was at risk. Prosecutor said no further questions. So now it is time for the defense attorneys to cross-examine Diddy's personal assistant, David James. Defense, you didn't tell all this the first time. David James, they told me to stop, to not say anything that would incriminate me. Defense attorney, look at the notes from your interview. Read it to yourself, then look up at me. David James said, okay. How'd you recognize Suge Knight? I listened to hip hop. Defense attorney. Were you drinking or smoking pot? No, sir. Your mind was clear, as clear as it could be, working 20 hours a week at 4 a.m. Defense attorney. D Rock opens the door. Suge Knight is a few cars over. David James says the window open. D Rock says, I'm Biggie's boy. And then Suge recognizes him, gives him a dab. Defense attorney, what's a dab? David James says, a handshake. Defense attorney, did you leave D Rock at the diner? Why are you smiling? David James says, because that's a crazy question. Why would I? I'm sure David James would say, D Rock is security and probably got whatever arms or whatever. He's definitely not going to just wander off by himself as a personal assistant in that particular situation he's describing. The defense attorney, didn't you leave D Rock at the diner? David James, that makes no sense. I'm not asking what makes sense. I'm asking, did you? David James, no. Defense, you saw Cassie and Mr. Combs? David James responded, yes. Mr. Combs told me to drive. Defense attorney, you don't know where Mr. Combs got the guns, do you? I didn't know we had guns until then. Defense attorney, have you ever been in a situation like that? No. You didn't say, I don't want to drive to Suge Knight with guns? No. What exactly, or what I guess journalists meant to say exactly, what exactly did you do before you got this job? I was a door-to-door salesman, then a personal assistant. Defense attorney, now you were going with guns to confront someone? the, the personal assistant said it was not ideal. This line of questioning from the defense, I don't know what is gaining them, but it is kind of funny that you would go from being a door-to-door salesman to riding around with security and guns in a situation that involves Suge Knight. That is wild. Maybe that's just a part of becoming a part of Diddy's world, but that is a wild shift from door-to-door salesman to riding out 4 a.m. in the morning with guns, trying to find Suge Knight. That is, yeah, that's a hard shift right there. Defense attorney, you know how to get to Mel's Diner, right? David James replied, I frequent there all the time. You've never seen guns before, right? No. So again, this defense is cross-examining David James, Diddy's personal assistant, after he was first questioned by the prosecutors. Defense attorney, this is a radical departure. Again, they're going back to this line of questioning. This is a radical departure from your job description. Is that an understatement? It's the understatement of the day so far. Do you have immunity? David James said, ask my lawyer. I have some kind of offer agreement. The defense attorney said, a proffer? You didn't tell anyone about this, the defense says. David James says, only my wife. Did you meet with the government this morning? David James, yes, briefly, about what might come up in Cross. Did the Mel's Diner incident come up? David James said, not that I recall. Now, that's a strange answer. That's a strange answer, David. Now, this is the first time I'm looking at your side eye, because if you met with them this morning, you should definitely remember if the Mel's Diner incident involving Suge came up or not. So that's just a strange response. The defense attorney again asked, did Mel's Diner incident come up? David James said, not that I recall. It's this morning. What did you talk about? Again, right. You just had this conversation this morning. How could you not recall, right? So the defense attorney says, this morning. What did you talk about? David James said, your style. And then there was some laughter. Defense attorney, I'm dying to ask what they said, but I won't. So I'm assuming when he said his style and people started laughing, I think they meant the style of his questioning. That's what I'm assuming. Okay. So then the defense attorney said, I have a few more mundane questions. James said, I love mundane questions. This David James person seems like he's a character, though. Where did you travel with Mr. Combs? Ibiza, London, Saint Tropez. I'm sorry. Were these vacations? And David James said, business oriented. All right, so we are up to date with the thread in X. I started a little late this morning because I wanted us to have a little bit to run through at the beginning. So we need to wait now and see what other thread we get. This is interesting testimony from David James. I think it's following pretty closely to how he was yesterday. He wasn't on the stand too long yesterday. He just again talked about talking with Cassie, asking Cassie why didn't she just leave. But he says he's testified that he never personally saw any violence between Diddy and Cassie, but as he testified today, he did personally see like a freak off situation when he went in and set up a room and this other guy who was there. So maybe that's what he was talking about when Cassie made that statement and he gave the response of why don't you just leave? Or perhaps Cassie maybe had even taken him into her confidence and maybe shared a little more. And maybe he may not have seen any physical violence between Diddy and Cassie, but maybe he's seeing the aftermath, like if there were bruises or something like that. But so far, outside of that one incident where he said he didn't remember if they talked about that this morning, that was the only thing that seemed a little weird to me. But other than that, I think he's coming across pretty solid. Nowhere near at this point appearing like how Don appeared yesterday, because I think Don Richard started out really strong yesterday and then she fizzled out badly near the end. So let's see what some of the comments are saying. Someone lawyered up says, met with the government this morning, but yet doesn't recall if the people spoke about Suge Knight incident, doesn't recall something from this morning. Okay, right. That's exactly what I was saying. That is suspicious. Okay, that is just that's a bit suspicious. This David is a genius. He's cooking this man. David is definitely a personality. The jury is probably happy to have him on the stand, even with just having a little bit of levity, I guess, with everything being so heavy. Someone here commented that's hilarious. Talking about David's responses. This David guy has been the most interesting in this so far. Right. He like I said, he is a character and he is coming across different, more different, or different than any other witness we've seen so far. LMFA, oh my goofy would have laughed too hard and get kicked out. What's your style now? Okay, so just people commenting on their feeling about how David James is coming across. So let's check and see if we have any other update. Okay. And okay, so we do have an update here where the defense attorney says, I have a few more. Okay, I think we've read that. Yeah, we've read that. So we're still waiting on an update from inside the court. I think today it was said earlier that we might see Cassie's mother on the stand today. And there's also a male escort nicknamed the Punisher, who is supposedly also going to testify today. So I'm assuming that they probably may have one other person to testify, because what I have noticed for sure, of course, Cassie was she's a star witness, so she's testified the longest so far. But Don Richard, I think, went pretty quickly. The best friend of Cassie for 17 years, Carrie Morgan, I think she went pretty quickly too. I mean, the shortest testimony we've seen so far was by the special agent, the one who did the search of Diddy's hotel room, the Hyatt, where Diddy was staying when he got arrested. So she was on the stand the shortest amount of time. Which is interesting because when she finally took the stand, I said, okay, we had a special agent on the stand. Now we're finna get in more finna. Yeah, I like that word. Even though it may not officially be a word. Okay. But she was on the stand for the shortest amount of time. And like I said, when she took the stand, the special agent, I thought, okay, now we're going to start going down the road of information that's connected to racketeering, information that's more directly connected to like the sex trafficking and RICO. And, that's what I was looking for. So I don't know if they're circling back to her or if they're going to circle back to other agents. But really, all she did when she got on the stand is she testified to Diddy having a bag with baby oil and Astroglide. He had some ketamine, and I think he had some other drug that they tested and it tested positive. So that's basically what she testified to. She also testified to that there were signs in the room that a woman probably also was staying there. But she gave that testimony and she was off the stand. So I'm assuming in these 7 weeks that we have left that the prosecutor is going to circle back to, even if not that special agent, but someone else on the side that was a part of maybe these raids at the multiple homes and so on. If not, then I could tell you, at least the social media world, far as people's views, they're really going to be probably more going in that direction than what they are today. And that is the direction of a lot of people feeling like, we get it. Diddy is definitely, beyond a shadow of a doubt, guilty of domestic violence. You all don't necessarily have to put 10 more people up there to tell us that. We get it. But people, there is a large segment of people, when you see like responses and perceptions and so on, still waiting to see information connected to racketeering. So, what I've cautioned people about is just to like, you understand that we are in day 7 of what is supposed to be an 8-week trial. So maybe it is to come. Maybe there's some weaving going on right now that maybe we can't really see where they're going, but maybe they have a plan. But I tell you this, if they get to the end of this trial and that's not the case, or even they get halfway and there's still a sense of we're getting all this information about how horrible this man is. He is definitely an abuser. Of course, he's definitely guilty of domestic violence, but we need to see the other information connecting to the things he's actually charged with. It makes me curious as to how the jury is perceiving it. Is the jury's perception kind of a mixed bag, like what we're seeing from how people, us regular people out here, just kind of seeing what's going on in this trial? Are their views kind of split, kind of like how people's views are split at this point? And if it is, then that might mean, after all of this we've seen at the end, and who can imagine what all of that might include? Because even if it even based off just of the domestic violence, again, even though he's not charged with that, we've seen a lot and we've heard a lot. I don't know how the jury would decide at this point. Well, nobody ever knows. Even when I see these experts, these lawyers on CNN who think they know, I'm like, y'all just stop, because we all, especially those of us who've been around for a while, we've seen a lot of cases. We've seen juries go way opposite than everybody was anticipating. My classic case that I always reference is the Casey Anthony case, when she was found not guilty. Um, I think that just floored everybody. So nobody really ever knows for sure what a jury is going to do. And as the defense would say, we only need one. We only need one person on that jury to think that they didn't prove the charges that he's been charged with, and that's all they need. So we'll see how this goes, but let's see if we have an update at this point from inside the courtroom. Okay, yes, we do. All right, so we left off where Diddy's personal assistant was talking about the vacations they had been on, and well, the trips they had been on, and the defense attorney asked, "Were these were these vacations?" And the personal assistant said they were business oriented. Defense attorney, "What were you hired as?" Personal liaison, but I was a personal assistant. Defense attorney, he met a high level roster of people. Uh, David James said, second understatement of the day. Defense attorney, why? He met with a who's who. Defense attorney, it was important that he prepared for these meetings, right? David James replied, yes. Defense attorney, it was important that he be on time. David James said, no, we change meetings to fit his schedule all the time when he didn't want to show up at a certain time. Now, that is interesting because if you're talking about he's meeting with the who's who, although I'm sure Diddy considered himself on the list of who's who, but if you're meeting like with politicians and presidents and all of that, it's interesting to hear that he wasn't necessarily on time and he would just change meetings based off of his schedule. So that's just interesting. That maybe says a lot about either Diddy's ego or either says a lot about maybe drugs he was trying to recover from to get himself together for these meetings. Who knows? But that's interesting. So we're waiting on another update from inside the court. Somebody in the comments says, "Oh, nice job showing unprofessionalism by the king." Oh, well, yeah, like I said, if you're meeting with who's who and you're not making it a point to be on time, that is kind of like that's not good, Diddy. But hey, of all the things Diddy didn't do right, not showing up to meetings on time is definitely low, low, low on the list of things that Diddy did not do right. Okay. Um, Someone else said that's exactly what a crime boss would do. Someone else commented, David is just another complicit thug. Mm. So that's somebody who's not buying David's lightheartedness, and he's a character on the stand, and he seems he's, I think, made people laugh in the courtroom, as indicated in one of the notes here from the journalist. But somebody here is not buying it. They're saying David is just another complicit thug. Someone else commented, LMAO, second understatement of the day. David James is nothing if not entertaining, at least. So there you go. Two comments right there, back to back, with different opinions on how David James is coming across on the stand right now. So let's see if we have any other update from inside the courtroom. And yes, we do. Okay. So we left off with the defense attorney saying it was important that he be on time, talking about Diddy, to certain meetings with important people. And the assistant said, no, we change meetings to fit his schedule all the time when he didn't want to show up at a certain time. Defense attorney, he had security because people wanted to touch him, right? Yes. In the airport, in McDonald's. Defense attorney, was he gracious? The personal assistant said, I don't think gracious is the word I'd use for Sean Combs. This guy's a character. The defense attorney said, did he sign autographs? The personal assistant said no. So this is interesting. And you think about all the footage we've seen over time with Diddy. Of course, the footage we see would be like he'd be in a neighborhood at a McDonald's and all these children would be like, oh, it's Diddy, and he'd sign, or somebody, even an adult, would be like excited to see Diddy. And when I think about my memory of those the times, it was always looked like it was in neighborhoods too, like underserved communities and so on. So now I'm even thinking, was that just part of the PR when it was on film and when it was like pushed out to the media? Because according to his assistant, he's saying that he wouldn't call Diddy gracious. He went to places like, of course, in the airport. He must have been at a point where he wasn't on his private jet yet, in McDonald's and so on, but he didn't sign autographs. So, again, these little details right now, I'm not sure if they're really contributing to anything at this point, because none of this that they're talking about right now with David James is a crime, right? So maybe they're just trying to give us a little bit more insight into what Diddy was like to be around day to day. Maybe that is the point of the defense asking these questions, because there's really not much that is in this line of questioning right now. So someone else said LMFAO gracious. Yeah, Diddy gracious. Okay. Somebody else said we need to protect David. Yeah, David again. David does sound like a character. Someone else said, "LMAO, stop! I love this guy. Gracious is not the word. LOL. Gracious is a million light years away from Diddy." Someone else commented, "Arrogant celebrity. Was he gracious?" So a lot of people reacting to the question that was asked of David James about Diddy being gracious, and David James saying that would not be the word he would use to describe Diddy. And so we're still waiting to see if we have an update from inside the courtroom. We don't as of yet. So this is interesting. Earlier in the testimony today, there was a lot of conversation around the Suge Knight incident. So it's going to be interesting to see too what else comes from that. I don't know if they have now brought that up in testimony a couple of times. I don't know if they're going to try to connect that to the RICO charges to show that how people were riding out, they had guns, they were going to look for Suge Knight. Like if they're going to try to link that back to see this was an organization and therefore that is evidence that is supposedly showing there's a RICO connection. So I don't know if that's what they're attempting to do here, but again, it's just interesting to hear Suge Knight's name came up. It's also interesting when you think about Suge Knight and how everybody was like so terrified of Suge Knight that Diddy and his security would ride out with guns. So that might give you a little insight though into what type of time Diddy and his security was on. And if you're ready to ride out on Suge, you're definitely trying to be the gangster thing, or you are just as much of a gangster as Suge Knight is thought to be. So just interesting that that particular incident with Suge Knight keeps coming up. Okay, so we're still waiting on an update, but while we're waiting, let's take a look at a couple of comments. Somebody said, Mr. James saying, I don't think gracious is a word I'd use for Sean Combs. Shake my head. Having seen that there was no love lost between Mr. James and Diddy, I don't see the wisdom of asking Mr. James if Diddy was gracious. And defense got a bad answer. Question was unnecessary. I agree. This is a question that was not asked of James, asked or presented to James by the prosecutors. This is the defense attorney asking David. You would say he's gracious. Now, I don't know if Diddy wrote on a sticky note, I gave this man a bonus of X amount of dollars, or bought this man a car, or I did whatever. I don't know if he passed that note to them, and maybe that's the reason the defense thought if they would ask David James about how gracious Diddy was, that he would respond in a positive way. He is a witness for the prosecution, and they clearly know that. So it is just interesting that they would ask that question. It feels like there's some more there that we just don't know, right? Somebody commented that I would immediately say no further questions if I am getting neutralized like this. And they're talking about how David James is handling the questions across from the defense. So a lot of David James supporters out here, which is interesting because, like I said, he is, by what we're even just reading, he is coming across as just very lighthearted and kind of funny. So yeah, lot of support for David James out here in the comments. So who knows? We might see David James after this trial somewhere else, Entertainment Tonight or some other something, because He seemed to be being received pretty well. So let's check in and see if we have any other update. We are still waiting. So let's just take a step back and just talk about who they're expecting to see on the stand today. It has been noted that either that image right there caught my attention. Defense attorney getting nuked this morning. This is true. David James is handling the defense's cross really well. He's the defense isn't the defense has not won any points for Diddy on the cross of David James at this point. So we'll see if that's how the day continues to go for the defense. Because yesterday they did win a few points with the cross of Don Richard. But right now with David James, I think he's handling them perfectly. So let's just check again and see if we have any update from inside the court from Inner City Press. And we do have an update. And again, I just want to give a shout out always to Inner City Press. He is literally in the courtroom every day providing this thread for content creators and other people to just kind of follow along and see what's happening in the court. So we appreciate what Inner City Press is doing to allow us some kind of visibility into what's going on in the courtroom. So we left off with the defense attorney saying to David James, was Diddy gracious? David James said, I don't think gracious is a word I'd use for Sean Combs. The defense attorney said, did he sign autographs? And the assistant said, no. The defense attorney said, you said he'd stay in the studio until 3 or 4 a.m. and you'd stay with him? David James, yes, it was common. What sort of things would he want to always have with him? David James said ketchup, for example. This guy's wild. This guy is this is just an interesting line of questioning, and the responses from David James are hilarious. They are hilarious. And this question though from the defense, when they ask David James, what sort of things would Diddy want to always have with him in the studio when he's working until 3 or 4 a.m. in the morning? That too seems like a slippery slope question, because I'm assuming I was not assuming that David James was going to say ketchup. that I was not assuming. I thought David James would have mentioned some of the things he's already mentioned in his testimony, as it relates to like drugs. And so if he stops at ketchup, this is just, if I dare say, this is a bit comical right now. This is why people are responding very favorably to David James, at least in the comments that we see here. So again, that was an unexpected answer, ketchup. Okay, so again, the defense attorney said, what sort of things would Diddy want to always have with him in the studio until 3 or 4 a.m.? David James replied, ketchup. Defense attorney, did you know he put applesauce on cheeseburgers? Ugh. What? Applesauce on cheeseburgers? No. David James said no, but I knew he likes applesauce. Defense attorney, he liked what? Okay, wait. The defense attorney said he liked Astroglide, condoms, and baby oil, but you didn't expense it through the business. David James said usually not. Okay. Okay, where's the defense? Maybe the defense is trying to say he was doing these things. He was not using company funding to do it. So maybe they're trying to show that this was not a part of a quote unquote organization, that the funds he was using was his personal funds. I'm trying to figure out where the defense attorney is going, because I believe they're trying to go somewhere. So I'm just trying to understand where they're trying to go. But applesauce on cheeseburgers? Did you know he put applesauce on cheeseburgers? That is ugh. Ugh. I can't that's the first I've ever heard of that. I have never. I guarantee you that people will be talking about today on some of their social media posts. Cheeseburgers with applesauce. There might even be a few people who will literally do posts of them getting a cheeseburger, putting applesauce on it. What are they gonna call this cheeseburger? I most certainly hope they don't start calling it the Diddler cheeseburger, because that doesn't sound good, because for all the reasons we already know. But applesauce on a cheeseburger? All right, I'm still trying to process that, but that is the weirdest thing. All right, let's see if we have another update after that. Okay, no, we're still waiting to get another update to this thread. So in the comments, that's just disgusting right there. I don't even like looking at that. And someone said, not the Heinz too. So he wanted to bring ketchup and applesauce he put on his cheese. I don't understand. What's on this cheeseburger? Is it the cheeseburger with ketchup and applesauce? That's just so nasty. Okay, someone else commented ketchup and baby all. What the helly? What the helly? Ketchup and baby all? I'm with them. What the helly? What the helly? No, applesauce on a cheeseburger. That has almost taken me out. I'm like, wait a minute. You do what now? Okay, someone else said to have ketchup on call is crazy work. I mean, really. The last thing I thought this personal assistant was going to say is that he always requested ketchup be at the ready when he's working in the studio to 3 or 4 a.m. in the morning. That was the last thing I thought he was going to say. So applesauce on cheeseburgers. Applesauce on cheeseburgers. I don't get it. Okay, let's go back out and see. Maybe we have an update since then. Wow. So again, maybe the point the defense attorney is trying to get to, because they said he liked after the applesauce comment, and James agreed that he knew Diddy liked applesauce. He didn't know that he was putting it on his cheeseburgers, but he knew that he liked applesauce. So then the defense attorney says he liked Astroglide condoms and baby oil, but you didn't expense it through the business. And David James said usually not. Okay, I do think the defense is trying to show that company funds were not being used for those type things, creating that separation. So I'm imagining that separation is very important, because if the prosecution is talking about RICO and this being an organization, I guess maybe showing that separation maybe is trying to poke holes in that a little bit. Prosecution will come back and ask why they didn't expense such purchases through the business. We'll see what they do on redirect. Someone else said, is the defense on drugs? So I guess about like, if y'all going somewhere with this, we're not really sure where you're going. And this picture right here is perfect. This meme is perfect. Okay. For what in the world are we talking about? Applesauce on cheeseburgers? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Somebody else said LMFAO. Again, somebody else, where the hell are we going? I think that's a lot of the sentiment right now. Someone else posted a meme saying, stop baby oil right after applesauce on cheeseburgers is nasty work. Ah, that is nasty work. Someone else said, always covering his, you know what? And that look right there has to be about the applesauce on the cheeseburgers. Okay. Someone else posted this meme. Oh, I remember Rugrats. I think this applesauce will do the job. That might be a headline of the day. Diddy's cheeseburger recipe that includes applesauce. Wow. Wow. Okay. All right. So we have another update from inside the courtroom where they said, again, we left off with talking about the defense attorney asking that did he like Astroglide condoms and baby oil, but you didn't expense it through the business. David James said, usually not. I was told he didn't want to run them through the company. He didn't want a record of them. Defense attorney, when you bought the eight, we're jumping ahead. Okay, we're off the fun rides, kids. We're no longer talking about applesauce and cheeseburgers and ketchup. The defense attorney says when you bought the 8 ball of Coke on Saint Tropez, pronounced San Tropez, you didn't tell Mr. Combs, did you? David James said he was asleep. Okay, where we going? Now I don't know if this is going down the road of David James maybe had his own drug issue and he was buying the 8 ball of Coke on his own, or I don't know. We'll see where this is going. We'll see if this goes anywhere, because I can tell you one thing this defense team definitely has been guilty of in their questioning. They will be like where we are right now, right here in this testimony, where they're talking to David Jones about him buying a 8 ball of Coke in San Tropez. And their very next question that we might see will be on something totally different. Totally different. And we will have no idea, like, okay, why did we leave that topic? What we wanted to finish, were you done? And so the defense has definitely been doing that, and they've done it so much that, again, because these are, well respected, highly paid attorneys that he has, a part of me is kind of like, this has to be a part of some strategy that we just don't understand. It has to be a part of some strategy that we just don't understand, because why would you start down a line of questioning like this and then pivot to a totally different topic? So we'll see if that happens in this case. Maybe it won't. Maybe it won't. Maybe they will do something different. Okay, so we left from a conversation with David James, Diddy's personal assistant, or what did he call himself? The liaison, personal liaison. But we left from a conversation or a line of questioning that involved applesauce, cheeseburgers, Diddy's need for ketchup to be readily available when he was in the studio until 3 or 4 a.m. in the morning. And then we landed on cocaine. Okay. So again, that's another hard shift. All right. So again, we do have an update, so let's check it out. So we left off with David basically saying he did, because he said he bought the 8 ball of Coke in San Tropez. The lawyer said, you didn't tell Mr. Combs, did you? David James said he was asleep. The defense attorney said, tell me about your relationship with Roger Bonds. Okay, they did it again. The defense attorney did it again. They were talking to Diddy's personal assistant about when he bought an 8 ball of cocaine in San Tropez, and he said, you didn't tell Mr. Combs, and David James said he was asleep. And now they've jumped to Roger Bonds. So I don't know if the defense, again, is intentionally doing that, because they do that a lot. But I guess they're trying to make it seem like David James might have been out there doing things that Diddy didn't necessarily ask him to do. I don't know if that maybe is what they're trying to imply. So anyway, we're here now. Okay, so the defense attorney says, tell me about your relationship with Roger Bonds. Roger Bonds, as a reminder, is a part of Diddy's security team. Roger Bonds was also mentioned by Cassie in her testimony, because she said that after one of the assaults, she tried to leave Diddy, and Roger Bonds brought her back. So his name keeps coming up a lot in the testimony. So again, the defense attorney says, "Tell me about your relationship with Roger Bonds." David James said, "We talked about Bad Boy as a family." What do you mean? Mama Combs called me her son many times, the personal assistant David James said. Defense attorney, what was the mission? Make sure he's happy. Wow. Okay. So we're going to see. Let me see if we have another update before I go on there. Okay, good. Yeah, we do. Make sure he's happy. The defense attorney, was it fun? David James, I enjoyed it from time to time. What was your relationship with Chef Jordan? Professional. Did you choke her? Wow. I tell you, this questioning right here, okay, based off of where we just left, okay, because we were talking about ketchup and applesauce, and Diddy liking to put applesauce on his cheeseburgers and wanting ketchup to be readily available when he's working in the music studio till 3 and 4 a.m. in the morning. We slid that questioning directly into, you were buying an 8 ball of cocaine and Diddy didn't know it. Then now we're here with David James being asked that he choked the chef. Now, keep in mind, up until now, all of the questioning with David James has presented himself as a jovial character on the stand, lighthearted, cracking jokes. It appears from what we're getting from what's happening in the courtroom that people are responding to it very well, laughing like he's a character. So the land here now with the defense attorney saying, did you choke her? David James responded, no, the prosecutor objects, and now we're at a sidebar. Let's hope this sidebar doesn't last too long. So we have heard mention of Chef Jordan's name. I'm assuming she will also be testifying. I'm not sure if she's testifying today or not. Maybe she is on the list for today. We do know it was said, and it wasn't said here on Inner City Press, but it was said that Cassie's mom is supposed to be testifying. This male escort who goes by the name the Punisher is supposed to be testifying, and I don't know if Chef Jordan is on the list for today or not. But so this is going to be interesting to see what's here. So I don't know if this means David James has already said his relationship with this chef was professional. So I don't know if that's also indicating maybe they didn't get along too tough. And if they're asking him, did he choke her? Then clearly they didn't get along. Something was something was going on. Yeah. So that's just this questioning has been very entertaining to say the least this morning. So let's see if we have an update or if they're back from the sidebar. Okay, that was quick. These sidebars normally go on way too long. Okay, so anyway, the defense attorney asked David James, Diddy's assistant, did you choke the chef? Okay, David James said no. Prosecutor objects. There was a sidebar. The defense attorney now says, tell me what happened. David James says, we were on Star Island. She told me where to take him. I grabbed her 2 wrists and said, stay in your effing lane. Wow, now, David, now you had us laughing with you on this stand. Now you come across like you got your own little Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde thing going on. What? The defense attorney said, was there a fallout? David James says, it was reported that corporate headquarters, Mr. Combs called me in. Well, I guess he would have to call you in. So anyway, I guess this chef, Jordan, is saying that David James choked her, apparently, for David James to be asked about choking her. Or either she provided that when she gets have reported the incident to corporate HR. And they said headquarters, but I'm sure. Okay, so anyway, but David James does admit to grabbing her 2 wrists and says, stay in your effing lane. We were on Still Island. She told me where to take him. I grabbed her 2 wrists and said, stay in your effing lane. Was there fallout? The defense attorney asked. David James said it was reported to corporate headquarters. Mr. Combs called me in. David James said, Mr. Combs told me you can't be putting your hands on women. Now that is rich. That is rich coming from Sean Diddy Combs. I'm just saying the irony, the irony. Okay. David James said, Mr. Combs told me you can't be putting your hands on women. He told me to give her a gift. The defense attorney, what did you give her? David James, I rolled up a blunt and gave it to her. Uh, the defense attorney said, did she like it? David James said, it appeared she did. These people are all batshit crazy. All these people are batshit crazy. All of them. David James, he came on this stand like, he was fresh out of college. I think he graduated from the University of Michigan. He talked about how he jumped through all these hoops, applying for this job to be Diddy's personal assistant. And he has come across this morning as very jovial on the stand. So I don't know if it's even kind of more diabolical that he comes across as a character on the stand, very jovial, very lighthearted, funny. And for us to shift it into a choking situation with a chef, and he said he didn't choke her. So even if he didn't choke her, he definitely put his hands on her. And then he gets called in, I guess, to HR. HR, I guess, got pulled into the situation. Diddy calls him in, talks to him, and Diddy tells him, you can't be putting your hands on women, David. You can't do that. What I need you to do, David, I need you to stay on task. I need you to make sure I have my supplies. I have my room set up appropriately. I need you to make sure I have plenty of applesauce because I like to put that on my cheeseburgers. I still can't get over that. The defense attorney asked James, did you know Diddy likes to put applesauce on his cheeseburgers? James said no, but I knew he liked a lot of applesauce. But anyway, then we get here where Diddy again tells him you can't be putting your hands on women and you need to give her a gift by way of an apology. And the assistant's gift to the chef, who he put his hands on in some way, he rolled up a blunt and gave it to her. The defense attorney asked, did she like it? And David James said it appeared she did. Wow. So the defense attorney then asks, you were in a car with Mr. Combs and who? Chris Lighty. Oh, that's a familiar name. Defense attorney, you have taken ecstasy? David James said, I'd party. Sure. What were things like in the studio? Drugs. The personal assistant, David James, said, yes, it's a creative environment. Okay. So now we're kind of, even though David James is a witness for the prosecution, he is testifying to even like how he also was participating in some of the drugs. Which drugs? Well, he said he took ecstasy. We know through this testimony there have been several drugs mentioned: ecstasy, Molly, cocaine, of course, weed. So there's been a lot mentioned, opiates. So again, David James said, I'd party, sure. So yeah, he's saying, yeah, he took ecstasy. The defense attorney said, what were things like in the studio, the drugs? And James said, yes, there were drugs. It's a creative environment. So let's see if we have an update at this point. David James said, I didn't smoke when working with Mr. Combs. Defense attorney, but he caught you smoking once. I thought he was in for the night, is what the journalist meant. I thought he was in for the night. I lit up. He came out. He said, what are you doing? I said, nothing. Okay, so Diddy had to provide this information to the defense attorney, of course, because they need whatever information they can get on any of these people who are going to be testifying against him that once worked for him, that might kind of, I guess, try to show them in some kind of bad light or somehow to take aim at their credibility. If I'm just going by what's been presented so far, even how David James went from this jovial, lighthearted, funny person on the stand to you putting your hand on the shelf. Some went down with you on the shelf. She said you choked her. You said no. And then you said you grabbed her wrist or whatever. And Diddy said, give her a blunt as a gift so everything could be okay. You gave her the blunt. She appeared to be okay. Even with all of that being said, this right here, the line of questioning where the defense attorney is basically saying, You said you didn't smoke while you were working, but then Diddy caught you. Did Diddy not catch you smoking once? And he said he thought Diddy was in for the night, so he lit up. Okay. I don't think if I were on the jury that would do make me think one thing or the other about David James. No. So David James said, he said, meaning Diddy, if you're man enough to smoke, you're man enough to tell me. I said, okay, I'm smoking. He said, if I did it again, he'd fire me. Defense attorney, how about when you picked up two prostitutes and had sex with one? Okay. Woo! David, what's up, David? What's up, David? David's probably like, look, I was young. I was fresh out of college. I was in the environment. I was working 20-hour days with this man. I took this job to be a personal assistant, as was testified to earlier. Next thing I know, I'm in the car with them. They got guns, and we looking for Suge Knight. I did not sign up for this shit. So forgive me if every now and then I'm taking something, smoking some weed, hooking up with some people. Okay, I've been through some things. Okay, David. Okay. So again, the defense attorney says, how about when you picked up two prostitutes and had sex with one? Well, you picked up two. What? Okay, I'm not going to go there. I'm just simply not going to go there. So the prosecution objects. And let's see if anything happens after that. The judge overruled the objection. Okay, let's see what David has to say about picking up these two prostitutes. David said she asked for $200. I called Bonds is security again for Diddy, and asked, what the hell? She asked to take a shower. I said, that's $200. And then that, oh my God, okay, let me read this the way I believe David is saying it. James said that the prostitute asked for $200. I called Bonds, this is Diddy Security, whose name keeps coming up, and asked, what the hell? She asked to take a shower. I said, that's $200. So I guess he didn't feel as if he had gotten his money's worth, is what I'm taking from this. Okay, so there's laughter. Again, this guy, David James, is a character. Okay, so Diddy's attorney said, on that note, no further questions. Well, I will tell you this now. Out of all the people who have testified, and this isn't meant to be a funny situation, of course, we all know what the case is about. And the testimony from everybody has been really heavy, as you would imagine it would be. Very traumatizing at times, as you would imagine it would be. And it's just been a lot. Right. But David has actually been somewhat a breath of fresh air. He was maybe and this is probably really good for the jury. I'm just thinking about their mental health and their time on this jury and all the things they've seen and that we have not even, we can't see, the public won't see, like certain videos and stuff. So it's probably good that David James came through with his humor, because he was quite entertaining. So I guess David picked up these two prostitutes, as the defense attorney said, had sex with one, had to pay $200, and it seems like David didn't think he got a good return for his $200. So let's see. The defense attorney ends it there. Let's see if there's any redirect from the prosecutors. Okay. And it is. All right. So the prosecutor asks David, what about the incident in Alpine, New Jersey? David said to file a police report and say that Chef Jordan had been the aggressor, but I didn't file it. I drove around and told him I'd made the report. So I don't know if there's something missing from what the journalist is noting right here on the thread. It seems like it is. So I'm assuming that somebody told James to file a police report, And I don't know if that somebody is Diddy or if that somebody is the security guard, Bond. But that seems to be what David James is indicating here. And when they go on a break, I'll go to CNN's kind of wrap up live feed and see if they give any more context on this. Okay, but he said again to file a police report and say that Chef Jordan had been the aggressor, but I didn't file it. I drove around and told him I had made the report. Okay, prosecutor, what have we asked you to do? Because remember, David James met with the prosecutor this morning. And when the defense attorney asked David James, did you all talk about the Suge Knight or the diner incident this morning? David James said he couldn't recall, which was a strange answer since they just met with him this morning. So the prosecutor is asking David, what have we asked you to do? David James said, tell the truth. Prosecutor said nothing further. Okay, now we're with the recross. So we're back with the defense attorneys. The defense attorney said, you lied to Mr. Combs about, okay, so it was Diddy telling him to file the police report and to say that Chef Jordan had been the aggressor. Now, see, so, because according to what was said earlier before this point, Chef Jordan had obviously said he choked her and put his hands on her. And Diddy said, you can't do that. Get a woman a gift. And David said, okay, I gave her a blunt, so we're good now. So I don't know if Diddy was asking him to file this police report to set something up a certain way. Don't know. Okay, so anyway, recross, defense is up. The defense attorney said to David James, you lied to Mr. Combs about filing the police report. David James said, yes. Defense attorney, nothing further. Could we have a break? Oh wow. Okay, so now we are at the break, and this is interesting. I wonder who is up next. It might be Cassie's mother. If it's either, it may be Cassie's mother who's up next, or it may be the male sex worker that they call the Punisher who's up next. I'll look and keep an eye out on the Inner City Press thread, because sometimes they will have information in the courtroom that kind of gives us more of a heads up of who's up next. But I think that is the end for David James. But like I said, very, 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 very entertaining testimony. And I can already see, out of all the things that was talked about so far this morning, the biggest headline might be that Diddy likes to put applesauce on his cheeseburgers. What's happening? What's happening? Why would anybody do that? Okay, so let's just check really quickly and see if we have anything going on after that. Okay, no, we're still waiting. So I'll check really quickly here on the CNN side just to see if they provided any clarity. They said the court is taking a 10-minute break. So it started 1 minute ago. So we got 9 minutes for them to be on their break. Let's see. Defense finished cross-examination of Combs' former assistant. Okay, so David James is done. CNN says that Combs called Cassie moldable early in their relationship. He testified to that yesterday. On cross-examination, David James testified that he overheard Diddy tell a business associate that Cassie was moldable and that he had her right where he wanted her. She's young. In that testimony, David James also said that he had said to whomever Diddy was talking to that Kim Porter was his queen. Fighting to be on the roster of this man, because there was no woman that was the one. You were on a roster, but yeah. Let's see. Ex-assistant testifies he didn't tell Combs about the cocaine that he bought. Okay, so I'm trying to see if there's any extra context here while we heard some of this stuff. Ex-assistant testifies that he didn't tell Combs about cocaine, which we know. The defense attorney asked David James to confirm that he never told Diddy before or after he procured cocaine. Oh, so supposedly he bought the cocaine for Combs. All right. So the friend, while they were on a yacht in San Tropez, the defense attorney suggested Combs wasn't involved at all in the situation, and James fulfilled the request because he wanted to. James said he viewed it as a work related task that he had to do for Combs' personal friend, but acknowledged he didn't tell his boss about it. Okay, so James out here as a personal assistant who's buying cocaine, and he's according to what he's testifying to, he bought the test. Get your words together, Sandy. Okay, he bought the cocaine for Combs's friend. Diddy was unaware of it, but okay, David James is saying, that was part of the job. I did stuff like that all the time. It was expected. That's what he's suggesting. And I have no reason to not believe that. Um, Ex-assistant says he felt a sense of mission while working for Diddy. David James testified that there was camaraderie among Diddy staff and that they would often say Combs' record label, Bad Boy Records, was a family. We did read where he said Mama Combs called me her son at one point. James confirmed that he felt a sense of mission working for Combs, and defense attorney asked what was the mission. And yes, we did read on the X thread to make sure that he was happy and prepared for the day. Okay, so I think that's pretty much it far as any type of, let me just take another look here and see. Okay, let's see what CNN recapped as it relates to this chef incident and see if it adds a little bit more context than what we saw in the X thread. So during the cross examination, David James, the former assistant to Diddy, talked of a time he was in an altercation with one of Combs' chefs and about how Combs confronted him about it. When asked by defense attorney, James acknowledged that he got into an altercation with one of Combs' then chefs, a woman, at Combs' Star Island home in Florida. James testified that he grew upset when the chef tried to tell him where Diddy needed to be. James said he grabbed her two wrists and squeezed her wrist and told her to stay in her lane. Now, James, I really don't know what to do with James. It is so interesting that James would tell her to stay in her lane because he talked about in his testimony that when he started working for Diddy, security would tell him to stay in his lane. So it's interesting to see that now he's the one saying stay in your lane to somebody else who's also an employee of Diddy. Okay. So James testified that he grew upset. And again, just read that, grabbed her two wrists and squeezed her wrist and told her to stay in her lane. The altercation was reported to human resources at Bad Boy Entertainment and eventually made it back to Combs, who confronted James. The ex-assistant testified. When he told Combs what happened, Combs told James, "You can't be putting your hands on women," and warned that he'd have to fire James if it happened again. James testified. Combs told him to write the chef a note and get her a gift. James said James did so, and she eventually forgave him. He testified. So that's how CNN wrapped it up. And you see, this is why I like going back and forth between CNN and what's on the X thread, because the journalist who's actually inside the court, inner city press, they are really giving us more of what they're literally saying, right? So CNN didn't include in their wrap up, the things that James said that he bought her a blunt as the gift, so I don't know. Maybe that's against CNN's policy, but just saying that to say that's why I'm kind of toggling back and forth between these two sources when I do this live. CNN tends to provide a little more context, but the X thread tends to give us more of what is like literally being said, no matter how harsh or how crass it might be. They're letting us know. So they're still on the break right now, so we can also take a quick look and see what's going on in the comments. Somebody said break time already. How y'all think this is looking? All opinions matter. Yeah, if you're on with me right now in this stream, again, please like the live. Please like the live. Please feel free to drop a comment, live comment. I would love to hear what you're thinking when you're seeing this. And if you're not a subscriber already, I would love if you would subscribe to the channel. I appreciate the support. But yeah, what do you think at this point? And so it's a lot that has been happening in this trial. It's a lot that has been happening in the media around all the different perceptions and opinions around this trial. So, where are you right now with what's going on in this trial? Someone else commented, "Great witness, got smoked, defeated." I do think that David James was a good witness. I don't think I don't know. I don't know if the defense made any obvious points with David James, but I say it that way because maybe they're doing things we don't understand. Like that whole thing around David James buying the 8 ball of cocaine without Diddy's knowledge. That might be connected to something that they know is going to come up later. I don't know. So it didn't seem, it wasn't obvious that the defense attorney got any wins when they were cross-examining David James, but there may be something there to the questions or the responses they were able to get out of him that might connect to something else later. Someone else said, "I see impeachment." Okay. Someone else said, "Give this man an Oscar." So I don't know if they're not buying David James's testimony or not. Again, the break. Someone posted this B was like, he got him so bad. I think overwhelmingly people are loving David James. So they've established that he is a drug user as well, liar, mild abuser himself, and therefore all that spice earlier was diluted with water. Jury will see through it. Next witness, please. Cassie's mom, come forward. So maybe Cassie's mom is up next. I heard someone on another channel this morning talking about Cassie's mom potentially coming to the stand today. And they were of the opinion that they didn't really want to hear from Cassie's mom because they were of the opinion like we already get it. Diddy is a monster. Diddy is an abuser. Diddy domestically did commit domestic violence against Cassie. So this person on the other channel this morning was like, do we really need to hear any more witnesses talk about it? Because we got that part. Let's move on to the other evidence or whatever. So I don't know, maybe there are other people, maybe some of you also feel the same way, that you don't want to see more testimony from witnesses who are just going to confirm over and over again that Diddy physically abused Cassie, because I think a lot of people at any rate they've checked the box on that. They're like, agreed, he did do that. I think some of the struggle or some of the differences that people are taking with that point though is that he's not charged for that. So there are a lot of people who are not there are some people who are Diddy supporters, okay, and they just like, they got a lot of opinions. They have opinions about what they see as Cassie's role in the freak offs and whether she was willing or not. There's different opinions on that. I think people are not appreciating what consent means and understanding that you can be down with doing something 8 times, but if on the 9th time you said no and you're forced to do it, that is a crime. So there's that. There's a whole lot of people who are like, I have not seen any evidence yet of RICO or sex trafficking. And they are like, free Diddy. So there is that group. There's another group, though, that they do not support Diddy at all, would not care if Diddy stayed in jail the rest of his life based off of what we know he's done, right? Especially the domestic violence, and Diddy's track record even before the videotape wasn't even that great, just at certain things he's done. So I think there's a lot of people who kind of feel like this is karma for him if he does go to jail for the rest of his life. But those people, there are those people who they're not like a free Diddy person at all, but they too are still also saying, where's the evidence for racketeering? Where's the evidence for sex trafficking, right? So it's a lot. So if all the people out here are kind of all over the place with how they're perceiving this thing, it just really begs the question of how might the jury be seeing this situation. Okay. So it's gonna be interesting. And like I say, this is day 7 of what is supposed to be an 8-week trial. So there's still a lot to come. So Cassie's mom may be up next. I'm not sure if that's the case. We're going to see here in a few minutes because they're only on a 10-minute break, which they should be about halfway through that at this point. Someone commented that David's credibility with the jury has plummeted, but it's okay, my guy. You're under subpoena. You know damn well you was enjoying the rock star lifestyle too and trying to clout up off it. And your ass got a proffer agreement too. So that's true. David James does have a proffer agreement, which is a form of immunity when he testifies. So uh yeah. And he got that of course from the prosecution. So I guess some people are going to look, some of us were very entertained by David James. We saw all the things that he said. But I guess there are some people like, yeah, nah, you were down with it. You were down with well, a lot of people were down with being this close to Diddy, that proximity to fame, the being able to kind of share some of what it's like to be like in that space of a star and all of that. I think that that's connected to a lot of people. Somebody said we all supporting Diddy to so stop it. However, Sean Diddy Combs has been revealed as one of the investors in Elon Musk's 44 billion acquisition of Twitter, now known as X Corp. This surprising information came to light through recently unsealed court documents and a federal court ruling. It is believed he invested $10 million in the takeover. Okay, I don't know if this is true at all. This person also did not either cite their they did not cite their source. So from my part, just reading the comment there, I'd say take that with a grain of salt because we don't see any sources quoted there. Someone said defense needs to take a break after all that. Dig Diddy down, but 15 spots. Dig Diddy down, but 15 spots. This man just spilled it all. Plus light in your face. Okay, I can't. Someone else said prosecutor has yet to show anything remotely looking like an enterprise. This witness can't be trusted when he is also doing drugs and buying hookers. Said he never saw Diddy hit Cassie or him doing anything illegal. He also admitted he bought drugs without Diddy approval. These are all facts. These are all facts. So again, like I said, it didn't appear that there was any gotcha moments from the defense when they cross-examined David James, who was a witness for the prosecution, but he didn't really do any damage to Diddy from what I could tell either. So I it's just curious as to the purpose and what kind of influence this might have on the jury, if any. Someone said, "How you lie on the stand?" Wow. Someone commented, "I see the attempt made here, but I think it's falling flat. This was not a good cross for the defense." Someone commented, "Asked him to tell the truth and nothing but granted him immunity. Every sit Okay. Someone said that's right. If he'll lie about going to the police, what makes you think he isn't lying now? Okay. So I guess there are some people out there who were not caught up in the jovialness of David James, and they are feeling away. Like, yeah, bro, we don't trust you. Hee hee ha ha. You might be funny, but I know. So clearly from the comments, that there's some of that there too. Let's see if we are back. Okay, they're back in court. Uh, let's see. The judge is saying to the jurors, "I'm going to try to get the temperature turned up in here. I'm told it's complicated, but I'm freezing right along with you." Okay, so, oh, the government calls Regina Ventura. So Cassie's mom has entered the courtroom. Okay, y'all. This one might be very, uh, yeah. I imagine she's definitely going to talk about the abuse. Um, it'll be interesting to see if she talks about anything else. Like, were there any threats made by Diddy? Were there, I don't know, were there any other people coming to their home, or was there something more? So, yeah, the government calls Regina Ventura to the stand. So, Cassie mom is about to testify. Um, Somebody said in the comments, I hope Cassie mom's testimony is going to be fast. I like hearing from ex employees. They are unhinged and I love it. Someone said, let's go, tell it, mama. Somebody, I think, posted a picture of Regina Ventura, Cassie's mother. And why somebody posted this meme, I do not know. Somebody posted, this will be a tough one to listen to. I think it might be too. And I think this might be a tough one to listen to as well. So let's see if we have any update from what's going on. But Cassie's mom is being called to the witness stand right now. And this is going to be, I think, pretty heavy. So let's see where we are at this point. All right. She is on the witness stand. Okay. And the prosecutor is asking her questions first. Prosecutor, where do you live? New London, Connecticut. How many children do you have? Two, Roderick and Cassandra. Who is this? Cassie's mom said, Sean Combs, he dated my daughter. So I don't know if they're showing her a picture um, when they asked her, who is this? Oh, okay. So we're just waiting for the update. Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, I know we left from David James just now, who was full of jokes and laughter, and although it was a lot of jokes and laughter in the way David James came across, it was some serious things, I should say, in his testimony as well. But it wasn't what we have been. Oh, thank you for the comment. It was David James' testimony wasn't what we had been accustomed to, far as the heaviness around the abuse, right? So I think even there was some relief a little bit in having David James testify, if even just to give all of us a break from just all of this. So I just know this is going to be heavy. So I'm preparing myself. This is going to be heavy with Cassie's mom on the stand. So let's go back and see if we have an update from the court at this point as to what's going on. Uh, and I just, I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm a mom of a young 19-year-old woman, and I don't know. I think something about her mama having to be up on the stand with all of this just makes me feel away. Okay. So we're still waiting. When she said he dated my daughter. All right. We're still waiting for an update to the thread. And I wonder if Cassie's dad will be testifying as well, because I know in prior testimony, I think I know both of her parents became aware at some point what was going on. And there was even a blind item in the press at one point about what Cassie was experiencing, or there was an assault that was a blind item. And Cassie's mom actually reached out to Cassie and said, is this story about you? And Cassie, of course, told her mother at that time, no, that it wasn't about her. And so, they were, at what point they became fully aware of what Cassie was going through. I'm not sure at what point they became fully aware of like these freak offs, to what extent things were going down like that. I'm not sure. Maybe we'll find that out with Cassie's mom testifying right now. We might even find out that some of the things they didn't know until this trial. And actually, I would understand that. I would definitely understand um how there would be certain things that Cassie has talked about that they would not have found out to this trial. Because how do you tell your parents the stuff that she said on the stand that she and Diddy were involved with? No. How do you tell your parents that? So I'm sure they have learned some things with this trial that has been heartbreaking for them as parents. Okay. All right. We have an update. So we left off with the prosecutor asking Cassie's mom, "Who is this?" Cassie's mom said, "Sean Combs. He dated my daughter." Prosecutor: "When did you meet Sean Combs?" Cassie's mom says, 2006. My daughter signed with his Bad Boy Records. He was her boss. Then they started dating. They moved to LA. Prosecutor: "Read this message from December 2011. Cassie wrote to me." All right, so we're waiting now for an update. And let me just check while we are waiting to see if maybe there's something more current. This is just, oh, my heart is just feeling so heavy. Just, I don't know, just because maybe it's just, it's a lot. Okay. So while we're waiting for an update to the X thread, I will read to you all what CNN has noted. Prosecutor asked Cassie's mom to identify Sean Diddy Combs in a photo and explain how she knew him. Cassie's mom said, "He dated my daughter." Cassie's mom said she first met Combs in 2006 when her daughter Cassie signed with Combs' record label Bad Boy Records. Cassie's mom said when her daughter and Combs started dating in New York City, she'd see her daughter about 3 or 4 times a year. When Cassie moved to California with Diddy, Cassie's mom said she saw her less frequently, usually around the holidays. It was harder to get her, Cassie's mom said. So that too is like, a big question mark because, with their resources and with their money, there was no reason, even with her being in California, that she could not have still seen her mother on a regular basis, even have, could not have flown her parents out even to see her. So I don't know if that was in part Diddy's way too to just isolate her, which is a known tactic from abusers to isolate their victims. So I don't know if that was an issue because her moving to California, her parents being in New York and the parents not seeing them a lot, yeah, that was no reason why they shouldn't have been able to see her with all the resources that Diddy had, right? So let's check back and see if we have an update at this point, because Cassie's mom has been given a letter and to read or a message to read, and the prosecutor said that to ask Cassie's mom to read this message from December 2011. And Cassie's mom said, "Cassandra wrote to me. She said Sean Combs threatened to release a sex tape and go after her and Mr. Miss Cuddy." Miss Cuddy is Kid Cuddy. Prosecutor: "How did you react?" Cassie's mom: "It made me sick. Sean Combs demanded $20,000. He said to recoup losses due to Kid Cuddy from my husband and myself." What? What? Sean Combs demanded $20,000. He said to recoup losses due to Mr. Miss Cuddy, who is Kid Cuddy, from my husband and myself. What? Well, honey, forget what I said prior. I mean, if he's trying to shake them down for $20,000, he most definitely was not going to like try to make sure Cassie would fly back to New York to see them more frequently or fly them out. What? I do think, as the person commented here, he was her boss was a good statement. I do think that was a good statement because that's also one of the things that I feel like people do not talk about a lot with the Diddy Cassie situation. I mean, when she first signed the Bad Boy Records, Diddy was her boss. And even as long as she was on that deal, he was her boss. Once they became entangled and started doing all the things they were doing, because he was dating her, and he still had Kim, and apparently from the testimony we heard, he has always maintained a roster. There's always been a roster. So, yeah, so I think it to hear though that Diddy demanded $20,000 from Cassie's parents due to Mr. Cuddy, who is Kid Cuddy, and she said he demanded that from her and her husband. That's wow. That's wow. Yeah, somebody commented he blackmailed a parent. Did he? Did he? Said mom knew at least during the Kid Cudi stuff. Cassie said there should be an objection. There should be an objection for hearsay. Someone said, I thought her mom didn't know. Who robbery, the blackmail, spill all the tea, mama. Somebody said he extorted $20,000 from Cassie's parents. This is wow. This is wow. I'm waiting for the cross examination of Cassie's mom now because I'm like, what? What? Now, if this turns out that maybe Cassie was trying to get money and maybe because this what she's reading is a message from Cassie. And the message from Cassie is saying that Combs threatened to release a sex tape and go after her and Mr. Muscuddy. And the prosecutor said, how did you react? Talking to Cassie's mom. And Cassie's mom said, it made me sick. Sean Combs demanded $20,000, he said, to recoup losses due to Kid Cudi from my husband and myself. Now, we're going to see where this goes, and we're going to see where this goes on cross. My immediate reaction, well, you heard what my immediate reaction was. Like, wait a minute. Diddy is blackmailing the parents, Cassie's parents. But I'm going to take a little step back from that now because I don't know if something else may be going on here. Since this is a message that Cassie sent to her parents, I don't know if this is maybe Cassie trying to get money out of her parents. We have to remember Cassie also at some point in time had a drug problem. Cassie at some point in time was also trying to I guess secure money to I don't know, to do different things probably independently. So I'm just going to hold on and see where this testimony goes. And I'm definitely going to hold on and see what does the cross do with what Cassie's mom is saying right now to see where we land. But I will say, just like you all in the comments, it is very shocking. It is very shocking to hear that or at least even the allegation from Cassie's mom that Diddy demanded, according to Cassie's message, that Diddy demanded $20,000. Maybe there's something lost in the context. Let me check CNN and see if we have anything. Nope, not yet. CNN may add more context to what's literally happening in the court right now because that is just wild. Okay, let's see if we have any update. Okay, so the prosecutor said, why did you take a loan to pay Sean Combs? Okay. Cassie's mom said, for the safety of my daughter. Look in the binder next to you. Okay, Cassie's mom. These are the photos I took of my daughter's bruises from Sean Combs. So her parents took out a loan to pay Diddy $20,000 because of a message they got from Cassie that said he was threatening to release a sex tape and go after Cassie and Kid Cudi and he demanded $20,000 from her parents, allegedly, in order to recoup losses due to Kid Cudi. And he made that demand of Cassie's mom and dad. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. All right, so we're still waiting, but we're at the point where the prosecutor asked Cassie's mom, "Why did you take a loan to pay Diddy?" And Cassie's mom said, "For the safety of my daughter." Prosecutor said, "Look in the binder next to you." And Cassie's mom said, "These are the photos I took of my daughter's bruises from Sean Combs." Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I wasn't expecting that. See, that's why I say I think we're gonna hear a lot more in these 7 weeks we were not expecting to hear. But to hear this, I still want to see where it lands after Cross. But to hear the allegation from Cassie's mom that Cassie sent them a message and said that Diddy was threatening to release a sex tape of her and to go after her and Kid Cudi, and demanded $20,000 from her parents to recoup losses he thought he had encountered due to Kid Cudi from her parents. And what Cassie's mom is testifying to is that she took out a loan to pay Sean Combs for the safety of her daughter. So I am, like I said, I am waiting to see where this lands with Cross. Okay. Again, someone said, "I'm not surprised they paid, but I am that he accepted. That's very evil." Somebody else said, "Oh, wow, paying a billionaire for the safety of her daughter." I don't know if at that point Diddy was a billionaire, but he was definitely a millionaire for sure. Oh, wow, that's huge. Paying a billionaire for the safety of your daughter. Somebody said, "Wow, paying for safety." Uh, yeah, this is this is okay. Demon time for sure. If this is true, demon time for show. And I did say for show. Okay. Somebody said, "Nah, this is wild. Imagine having to take a loan to pay a billionaire an amount that is essentially pennies to him." Someone said, "Guy's a billionaire and he took $20,000 from her mom. Wow." Somebody said that piece of ish abused Cassie for a decade and then extorted her mom for $20,000 because Cassie dated Kid Cudi. Every time you think it can't get worse, it continues to get even worse. Yeah. And they wonder why she felt like she couldn't leave. No one in her life was safe from his abuse. Okay, so we have an update. Let me go back up uh, so that we can go from there. Wow, this is a lot. So the prosecutor asked Cassie's mom, "Did you know Mia?" Cassie's mom said she was an employee of Sean Combs. "What happened?" Cassie's mom, "We were in his kitchen laughing. Sean asked her why she was laughing. She stopped and looked plain." Prosecutor, now to August 2016. Okay, so I feel like something was left out there. Okay. "Do you know Mia?" The prosecutor asked Cassie's mom. Cassie's mom said yes, she was an employee of Sean Combs. Prosecutor, "What happened?" Cassie's mom, "We were in his kitchen laughing. Sean asked her why she was laughing. She stopped and looked plain." Maybe she said pained. Now to August 2016. We're done with the binder. It is still okay, let me continue. The prosecutor said, "While in LA, did you call the police?" Cassie's mom said, "Yes." Sean Combs stole Cassie's phone. They had a bitter argument outside her apartment building. She lived on the 17th floor. They argued at the roundabout. Wow. Okay. So it is I'm almost at a loss for words. The allegation about Diddy making Cassie's parents pay him $20,000 so that he would not release a sex tape. Okay, so let me back up and give it to you all exactly how it was laid out. The prosecutors showed Cassie's mom a message that she had to read. It was a message from Cassie that said Diddy was threatening to release a sex tape of her and also was threatening to cause harm to her and Kid Cudi. Diddy demanded, according to Cassie's mom, $20,000 from her and from Cassie's parents, and to recoup the losses he felt he had encountered due to Kid Cudi. Cassie's mom took out a loan in order to pay Diddy the money. So you saw from a lot of the comments when that was going on that a lot of people are just outdone by the fact that, one, you're blackmailing her parents if this is true. Secondly, a lot of people are outdone by the fact that you are a very rich man who made her parents pay you $20,000 if this is true. Now, I said I'm going to wait on Cross to ask about this. I'm assuming they are going to ask about this, but you never know with this defense team. Okay. Because I want to see where we land on this after they cross Cassie's mom. Because I'm questioning, did Diddy demand $20,000 from the parents? Because this started with Cassie's mom reading a note from Cassie. Or was this Cassie's way of getting $20,000 from her parents? Maybe she needed the money, because we cannot assume just because at that point Diddy was taking care of certain things that Cassie may not have needed the money, because Cassie also testified that Diddy would take things away as punishment as he saw fit. So she could have been in a space where she did need money. So I don't know. I just I'm sticking a pin in this whole $20,000 situation until Cassie's mom is crossed by the defense. All right. So let's see if we have an update. Okay, so we left off with Cassie's mom talking about she called the police because Diddy took Cassie's phone and they were outside her apartment in a bitter argument. So the prosecutor says, who else was there? Cassie's mom, D-Rock. Surprise, surprise. Surprise, surprise. D-Rock's name comes up a lot. Matter of fact, D-Rock's name might be the name that comes up most frequently. Most frequently. Probably number one is D-Rock. Number two is probably Roger Bond, who's also a part of security. And number three is probably Kim Porter. Okay. So the prosecutor asked, is Damian Butler his government name? Talking about D-Rock. Cassie's mom said, he was standing between us. Excuse me. I tried to hit him. Sean Combs took Cassie's car, a Jaguar. Prosecutor, no further questions. Cross. The defense has no questions. Is that telling? Is that telling that the defense has no questions for Cassie's mother? I find that to be telling. If they didn't question Cassie's mom or recross even just about the $20,000, then I have no other choice but to believe what Cassie's mom said was true. And I'm sure that the jury feels the same way. If you're not cross-examining her, because they didn't have to cross-examine and ask about the phone. They didn't have to cross-examine and ask her about her calling the police. They didn't have to cross-examine her and ask anything. How they would be dumb to cross-examine Cassie's mom. and ask about the pictures in the binder of Cassie's bruises that Cassie's mom took. Cassie's mom took pictures at some point of Cassie's bruises. So, yeah, I definitely get why the defense wouldn't question her on that, right? But that what Cassie's mom said about having to take out a loan for $20,000 to give to Diddy for Cassie's safety and for Diddy to also like not release the sex tape, that kind of that 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 is crazy that this rich man had this woman's family give him $20,000. You turn around and you blackmail the woman who you are abusing. You because that, like I said, that box is checked. The domestic violence box is checked. There's no debate about that, about him committing domestic violence against Cassie. You can have whatever discussion you might want on the freak offs. I understand that's a little murky for a lot of people, but the domestic violence piece, that box is checked. He did that. So for the defense not to question Cassie's mom at all about the $20,000 that she said they had to take a loan out for and pay him in order to protect Cassie, that is a huge win for the prosecution. That is a huge, huge win for the prosecution. So let's see. So the defense had no questions, and let's see if that's the end for Cassie's mom testifying. Somebody commented, no cross of Cassie's mother. Excellent decision by the defense. Excellent. Nothing to be gained from cross, but potentially could have lost a lot. Well, I'm sure that was a wise decision by the defense, because whatever they lost by not questioning Cassie's mom, especially, and I'm only focusing on them not questioning Cassie's mom about the $20,000. So whatever they would have lost would have been greater if they questioned her than what they lost by not questioning her. But I'm gonna tell you right now, that's a big moment in this trial to me. That is a big moment in this trial to me. Can you hear me writing? Yeah, old school, writing a note instead of making a digital note. Yeah. That's a big moment. That is a big moment. Someone else commented, of course, no questions from the defense. Someone said, nice one. That was fast. I wonder how defense will cross her, and they don't. Yeah. Yeah. Because, honey, if that was my daughter that you did that to, okay, question me. Please question me. I wish you would question me. Okay. But that should have been it for Cassie's mom. Let me just make sure, because, yeah, there are no more questions, so that has to be it. Next witness. Let's see who's up next. Okay. Okay. Okay, y'all. Next up is the male exotic dancer known as the Punisher. Lord, this day is just wow. What time is it? Okay, I'm thinking after this witness that they're probably going to go on lunch break. So the judge calls up the next witness. The next witness, the government calls Mr. Sheree Hayes. Where are you from? Harlem, New York. What was your work? The prosecutor asks. Male exotic dancer. I was known as the Punisher. Okay. The prosecutor, do you recognize these two? Hayes, the exotic dancer, and I'm just going to say exotic dancer, says, I do. Mr. Sean Combs and Cassie Ventura. I was hired in 2012 to create a sexy, erotic scene for them. And then he's shown photos. Can you imagine introducing yourself? Then they said, where are you from? He said, Harlem, New York. What was your work? I was a male exotic dancer. I was known as the Punisher. Okay. Prosecutor asked, "Do you recognize these two?" Assuming he's showing a picture. Uh, the exotic dancer says, "Yes, he does." He said that it is Mr. Sean Combs and Cassie Ventura. I was hired in 2012 to create a sexy, erotic scene for them. Oh, what a scene! I'm curious. Yeah, I can't. Somebody else said the Titanic. Somebody else said, "Let's get to the facts." Someone else commented, "Oh, this gonna be good." And here we go. Oh boy, 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 boy. Okay. I said, let's see if we have any other update at this point. No, we're still waiting for an update from the court. So we have this morning wrapped up the testimony with the personal assistant, David James. We have now wrapped up the testimony with Cassie's mom, and there was definitely one big shocking thing that came out of that one. And we are now in the process of uh, testimony, receiving testimony from the male exotic dancer known as the Punisher. That's where we are. So let's see if we have any update yet. And yes, we do. Oh gosh. The prosecutor said, "Why were you called the Punisher?" Uh, the male exotic dancer said, "Playing basketball on West 4th Street." What? Prosecutor, "The woman who called you, what time did she book you for?" "Midnight at Trump Tower, Central Park West, strip tease for a small group of friends." Wow. So I'm definitely going to have to let me check now and see if there's more content around the thing about he got the name from baseball. What? I'll have to see if CNN provides more context on that. Hayes, though, the male exotic dancer who is testifying right now, he is now 51 years old. He worked as a male exotic dancer with the stage name The Punisher from 2012 to 2016. That was a I guess that was a pretty short-lived career. Um, that's only 4 years, but well, I guess it depends on what you were doing in those 4 years. If you were just dancing, yeah, but I don't know. I'm okay. Let me just leave that alone. But anyway, this male exotic dancer is now 51 years old. So let's see if we have any update. Okay. So yeah, I'm still waiting to see why he was called the Punisher. If he is suggesting he got that nickname from how he was playing basketball on West 4th Street, then okay. I don't think that's what any of us thought when we heard there was a male exotic dancer called the Punisher. I'm sure all of our minds, I'm sure not, well, let me rephrase that. I don't think anybody's mind went towards basketball when you heard that this male exotic dancer was called the Punisher. So if he's saying that's how he got his name, okay, maybe he did, and he then just switched it over to this work he was doing. So let's see if we have an update from inside the court yet. But okay, so we do. So anyway, we left off with the prosecutor asking him about the woman who called him to book him, and he said that he was booked for midnight at Trump Tower, Central Park West, strip tease for a small group of friends. The prosecutor asked, "When you got there, how did Miss Ventura appear?" The male exotic dancer said she was in a bathroom with nothing underneath and a wig. I was expecting a crowd, but there was no one else. She told me she and her husband wanted to create a sexual scene with baby oil. Okay. Okay. Let's see if we have another update. Y'all, can you even look at baby oil the same? So Diddy joined too. I'm sure Diddy did join too. Oh, it's getting fired. Somebody said booked for a strip tease and ended up doing the nasty and getting paid 7,000. It's not looking good, bruh. Someone said this is clearly Cassie's work. Someone else said, does anybody else use baby oil like this? Oh boy. Someone else said, you like the freaky stuff, huh? Somebody else said, Diller wanted the Punishers. Oh, that's so nasty. I cannot even read that. My cursor is on it, so you can read it for yourself. I refuse to read that. Oh, disgusting. Disgusting. All right, let's go back up and see if we have any update from inside the courtroom. Uh, okay, we're still waiting. All right. Somebody said, "I'm sure it was humiliating, or she was the one doing the induction." So there. This kind of goes back to the point I was making earlier. Um, the domestic violence part of all of this, to me, is a box that is checked, and it is not debatable. I won't even have a debate with nobody about whether or not Diddy committed domestic violence. Clearly, he did. I mean, you got the video even showing that he did. So to me, I refuse. I absolutely will not even have a debate about that. There or get into a discussion about, well, what if? No, there's no what if for me on that. But like what this comment here about, oh, she was the one doing the induction because Cassie set up the appointment, whatever. That when it comes to the freak offs, there are a lot of people with different opinions about, was this something that she was forced into, or was this something that she consented to? The opinions are all over the place. So it is going to be very interesting to see at the end of this thing how the jurors land in their decision making, and it's going to be interesting to hear however they land after it's all over. If any of them, a few normally talk to the press, so we can even understand what they were thinking once they got into the jury room. Okay, so back to let's check again and see if we have any update from inside the courtroom. Okay, yes, we do. So where we left off, the prosecutor had asked the exotic dancer, how did Cassie appear once he got to the hotel? He said, in a bathroom with nothing underneath and a wig. I was expecting a crowd, but there was no one else. She told me she and her husband wanted to create a sexual scene with baby oil. Prosecutor, what did she hand to you? $800. How was the room? Dimly lit, electric candles, bowls of water with bottles of baby oil in them. She told me not to acknowledge her husband, not to look at him when he came out. This is just, this is humiliating and embarrassing. And I'm thinking a lot of things right now, like, just, this is just so, this is okay. Let's just continue. Um, Then the prosecutor asked, okay, again, we left off with the exotic dancer saying she told me not to acknowledge her husband, not to look at him when he came out. Prosecutor, did he come out? The male exotic dancer said, yes, he was naked, but I could not see his face. It was like what a Muslim woman wears. You see only the eyes. He had a bottle of Astroglide. How did you recognize it? Hayes said, I use it, the purple top. Okay. Okay. So we are assuming, of course, that this other person is Diddy. And this is the male exotic dancer that is known as the Punisher, that he said he got that nickname from playing basketball. Okay. Okay. Uh Cassie set up this appointment. According to this male exotic dancer, he thought he was going to a group setting for like a striptease dance. But when he got there, it was just Cassie. She had a wig on and nothing else, or either a robe with nothing else underneath, is what he was saying. It was a dimly lit room with electric candles, bowls of water with bottles of baby oil in them. She told me not to acknowledge her husband, not to look at him when he came out. Did he come out? The prosecutor asked. The male exotic dancer said yes. He was naked, but I could not see his face. It was like what a Muslim woman wears. You see only the eyes. He had a bottle of Astroglide. Prosecutor, how did you recognize it? Hayes said, I use it, the purple top. How did it end? The prosecutor asked. The male exotic dancer said she went into the room. She went into the other room with him. When she came back, she asked if I wanted to finish. I said no. If they were happy, I was happy. She gave me more money. Did you do it again? He said yes, 8 or 12 times. Wait, what? Okay, let's go back, and I'm gonna have to cross-reference what's being shared with us here on the CNN update. I doubt CNN is going to give us. They tend not to give us the nitty-gritty details like how this X thread is from the journalist who's inside the courtroom. But I want to see how they summarize this because I feel like we're missing something here in context. So the prosecutor asks the male exotic dancer, "How did it end?" And the male exotic dancer says she, Cassie, went into the other room with him. How did it end? Okay, how did it end? She went into the other room with him. When she came back, she asked if I wanted to finish. I said no. If they were happy, I was happy. She gave me more money. Did you do it again? He said yes, 8 or 12 times. Hmm. So what I'm unclear on right now, and maybe it's just me being dense, when the prosecutor asked the male exotic dancer how did it end, and he said she went into the other room with him, and when she came back, she asked if I wanted to finish. I said no. If they were happy, I was happy. I'm not sure what ended, right? Is the ended because they wanted to create this vibe. I'm assuming it is intercourse. I'm definitely not assuming it's just a dance. Um, and I'm assuming if we go by the prior testimony from Cassie, uh, once certain things happened, she would then go in another room with Diddy, and he would want what she got from the. I'm using these words carefully because it still is YouTube. She would use what happened when she was having sex with a male sex worker. She would take that at the end, go in another room with Diddy, and he would want it spread on his chest and his nipples. So I don't know if that's what they're talking about right here. And then when she gave him more money, they did it more times. But 8 or 12 times is crazy. So I'm trying to figure out exactly what are they talking about here. Okay. Um the prosecutor asked the male sex worker, how did you end up recognizing her? He said, I was a fan of Mr. Combs and followed him on Instagram. I saw her on it. The prosecutor said this would be a good place to take a break. So the judge agrees to a break, and I'm just going to wait and see if this break is the lunch break, which I'm assuming because let's see what time is it. Yeah, it's 12:30 Eastern Standard Time. So I'm assuming they are probably going to break for lunch right now. Let me check right quick and see if CNN has any updates that might give us a little bit more context on what we just read. Okay. So the sex worker details the first time he met Ventura and Combs. He testified that he met Diddy and Cassie sometime in the fall of 2012. He said he first got a call from Cassie, who told him her name was Janet. She said it was her birthday, and her husband said she could hire an exotic dancer for the occasion. He said he believes they found him through his website. The exotic dancer said he met Diddy and Cassie at Trump International Hotel in New York City that first time. He said he believed he was going there to provide a 30 or 45-minute striptease dance for a small group. Okay. The exotic dancer continued describing his first encounter with Cassie and Diddy. Uh, Cassie greeted him at the door in a robe when he arrived, and he believed she was also wearing a wig, he said. He did not recognize her at the time, he testified. Cassie invited him into the suite, and she explained that she didn't want him to actually dance. She told him, quote, her and her husband like to create a sexy scene involving the application of baby oil, and that her husband eventually would come out to watch, Hayes testified. Cassie told him to ignore her husband, Hayes said. I was specifically told to not acknowledge her husband, try not to look at him, no communication or anything, he testified. After explaining the situation, Cassie handed him a stack of cash and said he could change into underwear or a towel in the bathroom. He counted $800 in cash, then slipped into a towel. Okay. Okay. So maybe this particular time they met up with the Punisher, um, it sounded as if that it involved the application of baby oil, and her husband, Diddy, wanted to watch. So maybe that's why he did this thing. What he said, like 6 to 8 times. And I'm like, 6 to 8 times thinking about, intercourse, 6 to 8 times, like, okay. But if it was just about him rubbing baby oil all over her or whatever, that's what it sounds like it's giving. Maybe even himself. And then she went into the other room with Diddy, and they did whatever it is they did after that. And then he did what he said. He did it more, about up to 8 more times. And then she gave him $800. So yeah, that is that's still a lot. The male escort says Diddy gave Cassie subtle directions during the encounter. Testifying more about the first encounter, he said Diddy and Cassie, Sheree, okay, the sex worker said he followed Cassie's lead and mimicked what she did. The sex worker said that when Ventura began to pour baby oil on herself, he did too. Eventually, he saw a man enter the room, he testified. Hayes recalled that Combs would speak to Ventura, giving subtle directions, including adjustments he wanted to the lighting and to how her body was positioned. The sex worker said that at the end of the encounter, Cassie thanked him and handed him an additional $1,200. Okay, so the jury is now dismissed for lunch break, and they are scheduled to return at 1 o'clock. All right, so that's about a 30-minute lunch break. Wow. So for me, it's a lot in today's testimony. Uh, but the thing with Diddy liking cheeseburgers with applesauce, that just was like what? That was the thing. But that was nowhere near the thing of Cassie's mom testifying about having to take out a loan to pay Diddy $20,000 for Cassie's safety, because Cassie sent her a message, said that Diddy was threatening to release a sex tape that she was in and threatening to also cause harm to her and Kid Cudi. And, and he demanded $20,000 to recoup what he said were losses due to the Kid Cudi situation. And Cassie's mom actually took out a loan to pay this millionaire $20,000. The man who was abusing her daughter, probably, well, definitely the abusing of her daughter, the domestic violence was well underway at that point. But all the other things he was doing with Cassie, consensual or not, as it relates to the freak offs, because I think it was a mixed bag, quite frankly. Okay. After all that, you blackmailed her parents and had her parents to pay you $20,000. So when the prosecutors questioned Cassie's mom and Cassie's mom said this, the defense did not cross Cassie's mom. They said they didn't have any questions. I do think it was a smart decision for the defense not to question Cassie's mom. Cassie's mom also um, had pictures where that she had taken of bruises to Cassie due to the abuse from Diddy. And I thought the defense would question Cassie's mom when it was happening. I thought the defense would question Cassie's mom about the $20,000, like if it were not true, like if it were a situation where where Diddy was not demanding $20,000 from Cassie's parents, but maybe Cassie sent that message to her mom. Maybe she was actually trying to get the $20,000 because, Diddy in earlier testimony, according to Cassie, would take things away. She might have been in dire straits for that money. I was just like saying, okay, what else might be true? Because we hadn't heard Cross yet. And I was just like, really? You went and blackmailed these people for $20,000? I mean, you're a rich man, super, super rich man. Why would you? I mean, he's a monster. We know that. But why would you try to get $20,000 out of her parents? So when the defense also decided not to ask any questions about that, if I were on the jury, then I would take that to be that everything Cassie's mom said was true. That's how I would take it. Okay. Um, so the male escort, I see another update here on CNN. I just want to read this to you all for I myself break for lunch. Is that he said that he didn't realize a man was in the hotel room, he says, of the first encounter. The sex worker known as the Punisher testifying about his first interaction with Cassie and Diddy at the Trump International Hotel said he did not know the man in the room was Combs. On another occasion when he joined Combs and Cassie at a hotel, he said that the TV displayed a message. The Essex House would like to welcome Mr. Sean Combs. Hayes said he was a fan of Combs and already followed him on social media at the time. After he saw the TV message, Hayes recognized Cassie from photos of the couple together, he said. Hayes joined the couple for similar interactions about 8 to 12 times in total, he testified. So I don't know. I can't tell right now. I'm just going by all we can go by is what's in this, what's being shared with us from what's going on in the court. So I don't know. I doubt seriously all these situations were just about the male sex worker and Diddy, I'm sorry, and Cassie just rubbing baby oil on themselves and nothing more. But nevertheless, that's what has been presented to us so far in this testimony this morning. So they have now gone on a lunch break. They are going to return at 1 o'clock. And I am going to take this time to also go on a lunch break of sorts. And I say of sorts because we don't have a whole lot of time before we'll be back at it. Uh, Let me just make a note here in case anybody pops in. And court is on lunch break. Okay. Um, and hopefully they'll be back on time at 1 o'clock. Um, at the end, it depends on how long the trial goes today. They've been wrapping up like around 5 or 5:30, so I may very well do a shorter video for my channel that just kind of recaps the things that happened during the trial today that made me just say, "What? What? What?" Um, and David James, as amiable as he came across to some, but based on the comments on the X thread, others were not here for it at all, and they just saw him as also just somebody who's also lying and was chasing clout and was also actively using drugs and sleeping with prostitutes at the time. So they were like, "What kind of witness are you?" There were people who had those thoughts as well. But I might give my opinion on him, especially. Yeah, he was an interesting and really a funny character to me. That's how it came across and what was shared with us. So maybe I'll do a wrap up video of sorts on the channel to kind of just wrap up this day. But we'll see. We're a long way from that point. So going to take a break now for lunch, and I will be back at 1. And maybe I need to put in the note. I think I'll do that. Just indicate that well, hold on. Okay. Because the court is at lunch and returns at 1 p.m. All right. I am going to post that now. And let's leave. Okay, and welcome back after the lunch break. Court is back in session, and we pick it back up with a prosecutor questioning the male sex worker who is known by the nickname the Punisher. His name here on the X thread is Sheree Hayes, but I think for simplicity, I'll just call him the Punisher. Okay, so the prosecutor asks, how were these sessions scheduled? The Punisher replies, I'd be reached out to at 5 or 7 p.m. for later. They'd ask for a sexy scene, but I knew it would be more. How would it start? Baby oil, a sexy atmosphere. Mr. Combs would direct. How did the direction work? Sex worker says, Mr. Combs might say, sit forward, move the camera, or what would happen sexually, you know. One time during sex, he dropped a stack of money. He said, I like this ish. Okay. So we're coming back from lunch. Really strong with the testimony with this male sex worker, uh, also exotic dancer, who is testifying about the encounters he had with Diddy and Cassie. He is commonly known might be the wrong phrasing. He is known by the nickname the Punisher. He claims he got that nickname from playing basketball. Hey, maybe that's true. But let's see if we have any update from where we are at the moment. Okay, let's see. I think okay, yeah, we do have an update. All right. So the prosecutor again said, how did the direction work? Mr. Hayes, I can't say the Punisher. Mr. Hayes said Mr. Combs might say, sit forward, move the camera, or what would happen sexually. You know, one time during sex, he dropped a stack of money. He said, I like this ish. The prosecutor said, how much baby oil did you use? Mr. Hayes said, a lot. We were supposed to be glistening as much as possible. How long would they last? Mr. Hayes says 4 hours, a lot of waiting, maybe 40 minutes or so. I was supposed to finish in a specific spot. Ugh. I don't even know. Do we need all of these details? Do we really need all of these details? I just ate my lunch. The visuals that come to mind when you're reading that stuff, I'm like, I don't think we need all these details. And I am not trying to be a prude about anything, but after that earlier testimony, when Cassie was talking about what Diddy wanted her to do once the sex worker finished, what he wanted her to do with the fluids from the sex worker, I was just like, oh my God, this is so disgusting. This kink is just like we should have never had to know anything about any of this. Okay. Um, so let's see if we have any other update at the moment. So no, we're still at the part where the sex worker says for out 4 hours the uh meetups would last. A lot of waiting, maybe 40 minutes or so. I was supposed to finish in a specific spot. Someone commented, the Diddy you want to know is the Diddy you get to know in your head. Just follow the case and stop posting no Rico. Okay. So I guess that's somebody who's trying to tell people who don't see it the way they see it to wake up. So Diddy could get it on his. Oh, that is so disgusting. That is so disgusting. Someone commented, finish in a specific spot and him directing. Yeah, that would go towards Rico. Okay, so you still have people out there saying, okay, DV, domestic violence, box check. Like I said on my channel here, there's no debate about the domestic violence part. Uh, but you can tell from this person's comment, this person feels like a lot of people feel that okay, he may be a freak and there's a lot going on, but you all being the prosecution, a lot of people feel you're still not showing us things that point towards Rico. So there's a lot of people with that opinion. One said, somebody commented, morning sickness, stomach bug, chemo. Okay. I don't know. I don't know where that comment is going, but I don't have nothing to say about anything like with chemo and stuff like that. Okay. Somebody said, is baby oil illegal? So somebody's feeling away still about, okay, so what if they were freaky? Excuse me. Somebody said my delicious salad does not appreciate this line of questioning. I feel the same way. I literally had a ham and cheese sandwich for lunch that I ate hurriedly, trying to get back here on time for when the jury returned and the witness returned. Everybody returned from lunch. And I'm telling you, when I read the first few comments from the sex worker, I felt my stomach turn. Like maybe I should not have eaten lunch. Um, Maybe I should have waited till all this was over. Okay, so let's see if we have another update. Okay, so yes, we do. So again, the sex worker says the meetups could last for 4 hours, a lot of waiting, maybe 40 minutes or so. So I was supposed to finish in a specific spot. The prosecutor said, then what? The sex worker said Cassie would leave with Mr. Combs 10 or 15 minutes. She'd return in a bathrobe and pay me $2,000 or $1,200 cash. Prosecutor, did you think Miss Ventura was enjoying herself? Uh, the defense objected and and the judge sustained the objection. Yeah, because you can't ask a witness what did you think somebody else was thinking, right? So we all saw that objection coming, and so the judge sustained the objection. Wow. And the prosecutor better be, I don't know. Well, this is a witness that they called, so maybe they already knew, maybe they had already talked with him and maybe knew what his response to that question. Of course, if they're a good attorney, they knew what his response to that question was going to be. Because imagine if his response wasn't what they were anticipating. I mean, there's already a lot of people who feel kind of iffy about whether or not Cassie consented to the freak offs. And so if this sex worker was asked, did you think Cassie was enjoying it? And if he would have answered yes, I just don't know what that would have done for the jury, or for at least some people on the jury, right? Because at this point, I'm imagining that jury looks a lot like us. kind of all over the place with our opinions, our thoughts. There's so many, it's such a multifaceted situation. Yeah. Um, Somebody said she enjoyed a few of them. I don't care what y'all say. Okay. A lot of people feel that way. And I think when Cassie was testifying, the cross of Cassie with the text messages and the emails between her and Diddy made some people even feel more strongly that that was the case. So, like I said, there's a lot of different opinions and a lot of different perspectives. So, at this point, we're still waiting. They said, looks like somebody commented, looks like Cassie was doing all the payments. So far, I don't see anyone being transported for commercial prostitution. How is Diddy on trial? Hmm. So this person is saying, how is Diddy on trial? I was during my lunch break, I was watching on Law and Crime when they were talking about it, and a lawyer on there said that Cassie actually has some culpability in the freak offs because she participated in the arrangement of them. She probably invited different people to be a part of them. So this lawyer was saying, well, whether people like to admit it or not, Cassie does have some culpability in this situation. That's not the first time I've heard that. That's not the first time I've heard someone say that. And look, my thing is, let's say that is true. I don't see any charges coming to Cassie about that. I just don't see that at all. So, but I guess from the defense's perspective, they don't care if she's charged. They just want people to not find guilty, not find Diddy guilty, uh, because of maybe what others are thinking, what might be her culpability in some of this stuff. That becomes just a hard sell with that video. You know, it just does. Okay, so we have an update. Um, so of course the defense objected to the prosecutor asking the sex work if Cassie, did he think Cassie was enjoying herself? The judge sustained that objection. The prosecutor asked the sex worker, "Did you use drugs?" I am not a marijuana smoker, but I did pull a Bill Clinton. I was handed a joint. Prosecutor, did you have performance issues? The sex worker said, having the woman's partner there, yes. Prosecutor, did the issues affect your pay? Objection. I don't know. That objection might be overruled. I don't know what the defense has actually objected to there. They did tell us in some of the notes for the people during the proceedings while the jury's not in the room that the judge told them if they're going to object, just object. They don't have to give the reason, just presume he knows why they're objecting. And if he needs more explanation, that he would, I guess, ask for a sidebar or whatever. So I know somebody said, well, why are they objecting and not saying why they're objecting, but that's why. So anyway, now they're wanting the sex worker to let the people know, let the people know that if he wasn't performing well, whether or not he got paid. So this guy is saying he did have some performance issues. Okay, this sex worker, Mr. Hayes, also known as the Punisher, said he would have some issues, but he would have those issues because the woman's partner was in the room. And the prosecutor wanted to know if those issues would those issues affect his pay. And the defense objected to that line of questioning. All right. So let's see if we have any other update. We're still waiting on the update. And let's see if CNN is just saying at this point that the male escort who said he was hired by Diddy and Cassie is back on the stand. Okay, we got that. He said sometimes he'd meet them on consecutive days, but those instances would be months apart. He said he always met them at a hotel in New York City. Sometimes he'd meet them at 2:30 a.m. and wouldn't leave until after 11 a.m. He said he usually received a message from Cassie planning a few hours in advance. Wow. Again, so for some folks, that is where they say, hey, Cassie had some culpability in this. She was a part of the planning and arranging. For some other folks, that'd be like she was doing all of that under fear, and so she's not really culpable. So, like I've said over and over about various topics in this case, how people are perceiving this and people's opinions, they're pretty much all over the place, which can't make you help but wonder what might be the thought process right now of the people on the jury. So the judge, as I thought he would, he did overrule the objection. And then the sex worker said, I wasn't sure how they calculated it. One time, Mr. Combs threw condoms on the couch next to us. I struggled. It was a failure. Prosecutor, what happened? Sex worker said, they went out. I finished. She came back and thanked me for privacy. Okay, let's read that again. Okay, so we're going to start back up top and just read that again. The prosecutor asked the sex worker, did you use drugs? The sex worker said, I am not a marijuana smoker, but I did pull a Bill Clinton. I was handed a joint. The prosecutor said, did you have performance issues? The sex worker said, having the woman's partner there, yes. The prosecutor said, did the issues affect your pay? The defense objected. The objection was overruled. The sex worker said, I wasn't sure how they calculated it. One time, Mr. Combs threw condoms on the couch next to us. I struggled. It was a failure. The prosecutor asked what happened. And the sex worker said, they went out. I finished. She came back and thanked me for privacy. Okay. Like, I know we've got to be missing on something that the notes from there. Okay, the prosecutor there said, what did you think would happen next? I was worried I would not be used again. I hadn't done my job, he has said. I want to see you F her, and I couldn't. Prosecutor, are you writing a book? The sex worker said, yes, self-help about my ED. It's advice. What? What? There's so much wrong with all of this. And I keep saying these are details. I don't think. I mean, why do we need these details? Why do we need these details? We already know about the freak offs. We already know what was going down. I'm just not clear on really why we need these details. It just feels like to me it's more of things we already know. But we'll see where it goes. Right. So, whew, I definitely should have waited for my lunch. Somebody said he's right. ED, erectile dysfunction. Okay, I was a little slow getting there. Okay, so he's writing a self-help book about erectile dysfunction. He's writing a book about his boner problem. This is sickly. Somebody said, how you naming yourself the Punisher and have ED? The sex worker is writing a self-help book about, wow, that is just wow. He wanted to see his girl get effed, and I couldn't. Oh, I could never. Oh, I know that made Diddy angry. Wow. He's writing a self-help book about erectile dysfunction. All right, let's see if we have another update. The prosecutor asks, in your book, do you write about your time with Mr. Combs and Mrs. Ventura? He said, yes. He said, I called them a married, wealthy couple. How long is it? The sex worker says 6 pages out of 100 out of 186. I sensationalize it. I wanted it to be enjoyable, highs and lows. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Bye, bye, bye. You're right. People are definitely going to buy this book. This book is, I mean, people, if this book is out there or whenever it gets out there, if it's not blocked anyway from being published, you better believe people are going to buy that book. They may not admit that they bought that book, but they are definitely going to buy it. Okay. But so I'm still kind of tripping off the fact that he's writing a book, a self help book about erectile dysfunction. Okay. Anyway, let's continue. See if we have any other updates at this point. Um, I wonder. I just can't. I just wonder what the jury is actually thinking. Um, and he said I sensationalize it. I mean, isn't it already? I don't. From what he's describing as far as what they were doing, I mean, I can't even imagine he would need to quote unquote sensationalize it. Wouldn't it already be sensational? He said he wanted it to be enjoyable. So he is writing a book. 6 pages in this book is very specific to Diddy and Cassie. He refers to them in his book as a married wealthy couple. Wow. Somebody in the comments said, interesting. Somebody else said, current mood, sipping my Swift tea and reliving every album. Okay, no, this is some kind of promo. Nope, next. Someone said, so this is about your book, sir? Got it. Someone else said, get your money, Playboy. Another one said, Punisher book on erectile dysfunction is classic Diddy case. New book available now. Look, this is just all just wow. Nah, he wanted a buck too. Of course he did. That's not even debatable whether or not the sex worker wanted money. And did he want money from writing this book? Of course. That is not a newsflash at all. Okay. All right. So we're back with an update. And again, we left off with the sex worker saying that 6 pages out of 186 are about Diddy and Cassie. He refers to them as a married wealthy couple. He says, I sensationalize it. I wanted it to be enjoyable, highs and lows. The prosecutor then says no further questions. And now it's time for the defense to ask questions of the Punisher. Okay. So the defense attorney says, I'll try to make this as harmless as possible. Congratulations on your book. What's it called? He said, In Search of Freezer Meat. What's harder than that? What? So this sex worker says the title of his book, which includes pages about Cassie and Diddy, he refers to them as the wealthy married couple in the book. The title of his book, which is supposed to be a self-help book about erectile dysfunction, he said the title of his book is In Search of Freezer Meat. What's harder than that? The defense attorney said, good title. I don't know if this guy's gonna have any credibility at all with the jury. Um yeah. Somebody said, what kind of title is this? Certainly freak off related. Someone said, this is a federal case. The US government has lost its collective minds. Somebody said, definitely gonna be on the bestseller list. Your title is In Search of Freezer Meat. How do people come up with this stuff? LMAO, somebody else commented. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. That's all I can say. In search of freezer meat. What's harder than that is the title of the sex workers book. No words. No words. All right. So now we have another question from the defense attorney. He said, "You have a website?" The sex worker says, "Yes. Now I'm a co owner. All the male dancers are independent contractors." Defense attorney, "You've been doing this for 25 years. The sex worker says 30 years, coming up on a big anniversary. Be proud, man. He's just like, nah, give me my extra 5 years. I've been doing this for 30 years. 30 years. Can you imagine? 30 years. Wow. I like when a person put it here in the comment. This meme of congrats. Yeah. What are we supposed to do? Like he cleared up those years. Like he's so proud. Apparently, he is proud. He is proud. Okay. All right. Let's see if we have any other update. Oh boy, I don't know if again I'm always trying to imagine what the jury might be thinking. Uh don't have your website. Okay, we're still waiting there with that comment. Yeah, he says it's a big anniversary. He's coming up on the 30 years is a big anniversary for him. This is just I wish this witness was done because I don't know what value we're getting out of this juror. I'm sorry, not this juror, this witness. I'm not sure what value we're getting out of this witness at this point. The Punisher, I'm sure it was helpful to the defense when he was describing Cassie setting up the freak offs and all of that stuff, and she being the one to reach out to him. I'm sure the defense will definitely find a way to make that part of even their closing statements, right? Because of what they're trying to prove. But other than that, I just don't see the benefit of this witness at this point. I mean, it's starting to really feel a bit redundant, quite frankly, with some of the testimony that we're getting. I'm like, let's move it right along. Let's move it right along. So let's see if we have any other update at this point, which I'm thinking we probably do. Okay. He said he left off with the sex worker saying the defense attorney said you've been doing this for 25 years. The sex worker says 30 years, coming up on a big anniversary. The defense attorney said you dance with them. He said a professional dry hump. And the defense attorney said for 30 years, thousands of ladies, you try to not develop feelings for them, right? Uh, and he responded, "You try not to. It's a job." And the defense attorney said, "But you talked with Cassie," and he replied, "Cordial." So I think the defense attorney is suggesting here that this particular sex worker and Cassie may have had some kind of connection. I think is what he's trying to suggest. The defense attorney said she asked to be able to call you. The sex worker said just to set the sessions up, we were never asked to talk. The defense attorney, was she comfortable with you? The sex worker said she said so. He said you had feelings for her. The sex worker said incorrect. Now this is an interesting line of questioning, and if there is no text messages, emails, or anything else to kind of support what the defense attorney is doing, I don't know if this is from Diddy telling them that he felt like Cassie had feelings for him, which his weird, jealous, abusive self. He probably would have looked at anything and said that person has feelings for somebody he considers his property and be enraged. So I don't know, but it's interesting this line of questioning from the defense because you're kind of like, okay, where are y'all going? Are y'all about to show us some proof that this sex worker did have feelings for Cassie and it wasn't just a job? So it's just kind of curious to see, you know, where are you all going with this? All right. Let's go back and see if we have any other comments at this time. Okay, so we left with the you have feelings for her. He said incorrect. The defense attorney said, but you thought she was only doing this with you. The sex worker said that is correct. She said it was a special occasion. Defense attorney, you did develop feelings for her? He said that's not correct. The defense attorney said, you told the government. Oh, okay. Okay. The defense apparently is getting ready to go somewhere with this. Defense attorney is saying that this particular sex worker, known as the Punisher, the defense is suggesting he had feelings for Cassie. Right. The sex worker has denied that he had any feelings for Cassie. But the sex worker did say he thought that these arrangements or these hookups that he was doing with Cassie and Diddy, he thought that they were only doing those with him. Only with him. And he said part of why he thought that is because Cassie said it was a special occasion. So again, the defense is trying to get him to admit that he developed feelings for Cassie, which he continues to deny. So let's see if we have an update at this point. Someone here in the comments said, how many times you going to ask the same question? They see thousands of women. Cassie is just one of them. It ain't that special. So again, and we don't need to see ads. I've been doing this for the past few days and not getting any ads. So I'm not really sure why. Oh, no, won't be doing that. Okay. Someone else commented feelings as he felt bad for her, not as he is in love with her. So you did have feelings for Cassie? I knew it, someone said. Someone else also said, you went back 12 times hoping it was just you and her? Continue. That's wow. Yeah. I mean, the fact that this sex worker thought for any reason that this situation would just be with him only. And again, he did say she said it was for a special occasion. So maybe that's why he thought that. I don't know. Okay, so yeah. So this is right, where we left off here, and we're still waiting for another update. So it's going to be interesting what the defense says next, because the defense is getting ready to say whatever it was that this particular sex worker told the government. So my assumption is that it is going to be something to show that he says something about feelings and Cassie, to kind of support the line of questioning that the defense is asking right now. But we'll have to see. Because again, like I've said, the defense has a bad habit of being on a point, and we think we're about to get information on the point or the topic that they're on, and then they just shift to a whole different topic. They have a bad habit of doing that. So let's see if we have anything else from inside the court at the moment. All right. Excuse me. So the defense attorney said, we left off with the defense attorney saying, you told the government's notes say you developed feelings for her. The sex worker said that may have been taken out of context. The defense attorney said, you used your 25 years of experience. The sex worker said, this was a different scene. Usually I aim for humor. Okay, now I know based off of how we're getting this from the journalists inside the courtroom, there's a lot that we didn't get in that exchange right there. So I'm going to flip over right quick to the CNN side and see if they have any information for us that might be helpful. They haven't made any updates since the sex worker has returned to the stand, but they do note, and just recapping the testimony of the sex worker. They said that he said he never saw Diddy using drugs with whenever he got with him and Cassie. He said they sometimes offered him alcohol and marijuana. The sex worker also said he never saw Combs take drugs, and Combs never appeared to be intoxicated during these encounters. He went on to describe the discomfort of a sexual scenario with a woman's partner present. He said he tried taking medications to help his performance. It was a lot of pressure, he said. The sex worker said his last session with Cassie and Diddy was in 2016. He said he failed to perform and was never called back. Before he left, Cassie paid him and thanked him for being private and respecting their privacy in terms of their interactions. Okay. And that part is a lot of people really feel strongly that Cassie has some culpability in these freak offs. And then, of course, there are other people who are like, nah, she was a victim, and no, there's no culpability. But a lot of people do feel as if she did have some. Um, Someone else, I'm sorry, the CNN update also said that the escort says he never considered Cassie to be a personal friend. When asked by the defense attorney, he acknowledged that at the time he thought he was the only person that Cassie was having sex with in this way and felt special. When asked by defense attorney, the sex worker acknowledged that at the time he thought he was the only person that Cassie was having sex with in this way and felt special. When the defense attorney suggested Hayes developed feelings for Cassie, Hayes said that wasn't true. The defense attorney pointed to documents from one of Hayes's meetings with the prosecutors where he told them he began to develop feelings for Cassie. That may have been taken out of context because that's not the case, the sex worker said. The sex worker went on to say he never considered himself a personal friend to Cassie, and the two never spoke personally outside of the brief banter before a session, he added. Okay. So I don't know. There are some things there for the jury to decide. And what that means for Diddy's case, who knows? Who knows what, if anything, that means for Diddy's case? The defense attorney said you would not try to dry hump someone who didn't want to be dry humped, correct? He said, yes, it is important to read the room. So the defense attorney said, so you read the room with Cassie and she wanted, the prosecutor objected, the judge sustained the objection. Yeah, you can't do that. Defense attorney, now you can't do that. Somebody posted a meme saying the defense attorney never been in Vegas, huh? I guess what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas is a thought there. Somebody says today is a terrible day for the defense. I don't know. I actually thought yesterday was worse than what is happening today. Someone else said that's messy. Someone else said Sean Combs is a demon and so are his lawyers. Somebody else said she wanted what? Someone else commented, of course she wanted it. She was a freak. Someone else said, legal note, government's witness list is out of order. Prosecutors are taught to build narrative with the jury. Punisher should have testified intimate details right after Cassie testified. I do feel like that would have been more of a natural flow because at this point, I'm kind of like, why are you here? And the details that we're getting, they feel like just after all the other testimony we've heard, it's just like, I don't know how much of the same thing do we need. It just feels like more of, I don't know, more of stuff we already know. We may not know these gritty details, but we get it. Okay. We get it. It's just like with the domestic violence. We really don't need to hear any more incidents specific to Cassie and domestic violence because we get it. We get it. We get it. We get it. He was a monster with her. He definitely committed domestic violence. So we honestly do not need like 50 more stories of what happened. But maybe the jury isn't being overwhelmed and maybe their take on it is different. And maybe whatever the strategy is that the prosecutors have, maybe it's working. Mm, okay. Um, so let's see if we have any other update from inside the court at this point. No, we're still at the point where Donaldson, the defense attorney, said, "So you read the room with Cassie and she wanted," he was getting ready to suggest that Cassie wanted to be dry humped, and prosecutor object. And the judge, of course, sustained the objection. Uh, I can say on the CNN update, they say that Hayes, a sex worker, testifies he did not sense discomfort from Cassie. Under cross examination from the defense, the male escort was asked if Cassie ever appeared uncomfortable during their hotel encounters. Quote, "I did not get any cues that there was a discomfort with what was going on," Hayes responded. Hayes said that as an experienced exotic dancer, he always reads a room to make sure the people he's performing are for that the people he's performing for are comfortable. Now that might matter to the defense or might matter to the jury. Just for the sex worker to say he did not get any cues that there was a discomfort with what was going on from Cassie, and said that is very experienced in this space, and he always reads a room to make sure the people he's performing for are comfortable. That might strike a chord with somebody on the jury. Okay, let's see if we have any other update. Wow, they're taking a long time to update after that. So I wonder who's coming on the stand next. And I who I really want to see on the stand, I want them to hurry up and get to some of these security people. And I think if they got to the security people, that would tie in more with the RICO situation, the organization, the people working the support, criminal acts, blah blah blah. So I'm waiting for them to get to them, and because of that, but also because their names, D Rock, Bond, their names have been mentioned so much throughout this testimony from Cassie and everyone else. Don talked about them the other day. So did Karen Morgan, about them being present and seeing certain things and not intervening at all. So yeah, so I'm very curious to see what some of these people who work for security have to say. So let's see if we have any other update. Oh wow, still no update. Well, we're patiently waiting, or maybe not so patiently waiting. But yeah, so they also again they brought up the Suge Knight story, the Suge Knight story, and what is the purpose of bringing up the Suge Knight story? I don't know if that purpose is just to kind of show the jury what kind of environment Cassie would have been in, what kind of environment employees would have been in, what kind of environment perhaps some of the other victims who are testifying in this case might have been in, because the whole thing with Diddy and his security grabbing guns and supposedly going out to look for Suge Knight, all of it does sound away. So I don't know if that's why they keep mentioning Suge Knight, because Suge Knight's name has come up more than once during this testimony as well. So let's see if we have any update at this point. Okay, so again, the defense asked the sex worker if Cassie looked like she wanted the dry hump. It was objected to by the prosecution, and the judge sustained the objection. The defense attorney then said, was Mr. Combs request that you, oh Lord. I stopped because I'm like, does YouTube allow me to say this word? Uh, The Mr. Combs request that you penetrate. The sex worker said it was a demand, a strong suggestion. Defense attorney, Cassie paid you even when she canceled, right? He said yes, $500. Wow. Mm, 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 mm. This is so bad. This is just so bad. I feel like just everybody need to go to church. Everybody just hold it all everywhere. Just I don't know, call in the people from the Catholic Church to do an exorcism. Just every call in whomever we need to call in. Let's get some of our definitely our spiritual people who could maybe, you know, let's call the ancestors. Let's call, everybody we can because this is a mess. This is a mess. The defense attorney asked, does Mr. Combs request that you penetrate? The sex worker said it was a demand, a strong suggestion. The defense attorney said Cassie would pay you even when she canceled, and he said right. Cassie would pay him $500 if she canceled. The defense attorney says, Mr. Hayes, I wish you success with your book. Mr. Hayes says, thank you. The judge then asked the prosecutor if he wanted to redirect. The prosecutor is going to redirect. He said, what made you think Miss Ventura was enjoying herself? He said, it was the first time unprotected. The prosecutor said, without the details. The defense then objected. Yeah. I don't think you can ask this witness a question, and then when he's starting to ask the question, you say you don't want the detail. I mean, how does that work? How does that work? I agree. I don't want the details either, but I'm just saying I don't know. So let's see what the judge has to say about that. Okay. Like the comment said here, how are you going to ask this man why she was enjoying herself and then say without the details? Right. How does that work? Somebody said, bro, her husband is a strong man. Okay. So yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because her husband, even though they're no longer in the court, I'm sure he's aware of this, perhaps, or will hear it, especially if he's on social media or anything like that. Um. So again, the defense attorney asks Mr. Hayes, the sex worker, aka the Punisher. He tells him, "I wish you success with your book." And Mr. Hayes says, "Thank you." The prosecutor then gets up for redirect. And the prosecutor says, what made you think Miss Ventura was enjoying herself? And the sex worker says, it was the first time unprotected. And then the prosecutor said, without the details, and the defense attorney objected. So let's see where we landed. Somebody commented here, I thought they never used protection. Somebody else commented, whoops, the prosecutor asked the wrong question and got the answer he didn't like. No takebacks. That's right. You asked that question. And he was most definitely getting ready to answer it. Okay? He was most definitely getting ready to answer that question. So we're just waiting now to see what the judge might decide after that exchange. On CNN's update, they said escort testifies he never saw filming or violence during the time with Diddy and Cassie. He said that during his encounters with Cassie and Diddy, he never observed any filming or any violence. He said marijuana was the only drug he saw during his time with Diddy and Cassie. He confirmed that Cassie never appeared to be under the influence of drugs when he saw her. So That testimony definitely goes into the bucket and supports the people who are not on board with Cassie being innocent in these freak offs. That testimony probably also goes to support the people who are saying they feel as if Cassie has some culpability in the freak offs because she was into it. She was a part of setting it up. She was paying for them. She was requesting them. So that testimony that I just read that was on the CNN page probably supports those thoughts. So let's see if we have another update at this point. Okay, we're still waiting to see how the judge reacts to the objection from the defense because the prosecutor again they wanted to know. I can't even believe the prosecutor really asked this man. That had to be a slip up. They asked the sex worker, "What made you think Miss Ventura was enjoying herself?" And he said it was the first time unprotected. Then the prosecutor said, "Without the details," and the defense objected. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. They said the Punisher, who is the sex worker, is still on the stand. This is a drawing. This is a sketch of him. Okay. Thank you, Inner City Press. Again, want to give Inner City Press a shout out because I have been using his posts from inside the courtroom, just like many other content creators, to just document what is happening uh, during this trial. But this is the Punisher himself, the one who is writing that book. That what is it? Something about your frozen meat. Let me see if I could even. Let's see if I can find that title again. Oh my gosh. Yes. The name of the Punisher's book is In Search of Freezer Meat. What's harder than that? In Search of Freezer Meat. What's harder than that is the name of the Punisher's book. And this is a sketch of the Punisher, Mr. Hayes. If he said he's already written this book, I think he said it's 86 pages, and 6 of the pages are specific to Cassie and Diddy. So if this book is already for sale on Amazon or wherever they would sell this book, people are definitely going to buy it. I'm telling you, as a content creator, I definitely would be interested just to share that as a part of content. So, can you imagine even how many content creators might buy that book? But I'm not giving this man my money. Okay. All right. We're still waiting to see if we have any update, and we do not appear to have one at this time. I'm flipping over to CNN to see what's there. Um, So what they're saying is that the defense attorney has finished a cross examination. Yeah, that's where we were, and the prosecutor is questioning. Yes, that's where we are. That is where we are, and we are waiting for them to come back from the objection. And yeah, okay. Well, we do have an update down here, so let's go with this. Okay, so we left off with the prosecutor asking the Punisher that you can see here in this sketch. The prosecutor asking him, "What made you think Miss Ventura was enjoying herself?" He said it was the first time unprotected. The prosecutor interjected without the details. The defense team objected, and then we got our next post, which was the prosecutor saying no further questions. Judge said, "Anything, Mr. Donaldson," who's on the defense team. The defense team said, "What do you mean by steamy?" And the Punisher, Mr. Hayes, said, "I felt it was enjoyable for Cassie and Diddy." Okay. So I definitely am going to be following up on the CNN's wrap up to see if they add a little bit more context to this. And I don't know if in federal cases, if we ever have access to the actual manuscripts. I don't know if that's a thing or not. So that's something too that would be very helpful. Because when you're reading this, sometimes, even from the posts that are being updated from inside the courtroom, it feels like sometimes something is missing. So, yeah, maybe at some point we'll have those transcripts, but I don't know if that's even is allowable for a federal case. All right, so right now it appears to. I want to say maybe they're wrapping up with this witness. So let's see. Uh, Do we have any other update? Mm, okay. I don't see any other update here. And I can't imagine they're going further with this witness. I think this will be the end for him, far as his testimony. Because, boy, it has been something. Okay. Prosecutor, what did you mean by steamy? He said he felt it was enjoyable. That's the part we read already. So, no other update I'm seeing at this time. Wow. So I don't know if the witness list is under seal. The court was of concern about I guess there being some kind of situation if the witness list was released to the public. And I know there was some concerns a while ago about Diddy even having people reach out to certain witnesses. So we really don't know ahead of time, not too much ahead of time, who's coming up next. So we went into this morning. People had found out that Cassie's mom was testifying. We knew David James, the personal assistant, was going to be back on the stand as a continuation from yesterday. And we heard that the Punisher might be on the stand, who's on the stand right now. But whoever is up next, we don't know. We don't have any insight to the witness list. And so we're just kind of waiting, just waiting to see. Um, but we don't have any other update at this point from Inner City Press. So let's see. Yeah. Yeah, and I saw a comment down here that I thought was interesting. Okay, here it is. This person said, heads up, folks. Ever since Cassie's mom's testimony about extortion this morning, with no defense objection, the RICO deniers, who are now unable to hinge on minimizing case to domestic violence, are helplessly trying to come up with any random excuse. Don't waste time engaging. Yeah, that to me might have been the biggest win for the prosecution today. Cassie's mom testimony about Diddy basically extorting them for $20,000, and she had to take out a loan to get this $20,000 to pay to a millionaire because Cassie sent her a note, said that he was demanding this and said that he was going to release a sex tape if it wasn't paid to him. He was going to cause harm to her and also Kid Cudi. And Cassie's mom testified that she took out a loan for $20,000 to pay him in order to protect her daughter. So imagine that. You are, I even hate to say dating a millionaire. I don't know what you were with a millionaire. Excuse me. You were considering yourself, it appears to be like his girlfriend, or you were somewhere on the roster, right? All these things y'all are going through, the traveling, the domestic violence. Let's start first with the domestic violence. The domestic violence, the traveling, the red carpets, the freak offs, those she may have consented to, those she may not have consented to. All of that has gone on. And this man has the audacity to threaten to release a sex tape and tell your parents, in order for that not to happen and for you to recoup losses that you feel like you've experienced due to whatever with Kid Cudi, that they have to pay you, the abuser, the millionaire, $20,000. And this woman's family has to go take out a loan in order to pay the millionaire $20,000 to protect their daughter's safety. And at that point, the relationship still continues. It still continues. And the defense did not ask Cassie's mom any questions about that at all. I knew they weren't going to cross Cassie's mom and ask her about the incident she talked about as far as the abuse. And Cassie's mom also, there were pictures Cassie's mom had taken of bruises on Cassie. So the defense would not have been smart to question her about any of that. But when Cassie's mom talked about the $20,000, she said she got a message from Diddy. I'm sorry, a message from Cassie saying that Diddy was demanding this $20,000 and the reason why and all of that I just explained. And I when all of that was happening live this morning, I was like, okay. My first reaction was just like, what? But then I tried to dial it back and I said, okay, I'm gonna wait until cross, because perhaps this was a situation where Diddy did not ask for $20,000. Maybe Cassie wrote that note asking for $20,000. She might have been in desperate need of it because she has testified that when Diddy would get upset with her, he would take things away. So she could have very well have been in a situation where she needed that money. I'm just reaching at that point, just trying to say, okay, because when I first heard it, I was just like, I had a very strong reaction to that. And I said, okay, let me wait. Let me just wait on cross to see when they ask her or say anything to her about this $20,000, if it changes anything. They did not go there. They did not go there. They did not ask her anything about the $20,000. So, in my opinion, that was the biggest win of the day for the prosecution. And quite frankly, that might have very well been one of the biggest wins since this trial has been taking place. So let me check quickly and see if we have an update at this point. Okay, we left off with the defense attorney asking, what do you mean by steamy? And the Punisher said, I felt it was enjoyable to Cassie and Diddy. So let me just go back and see if we have any other updates. Surely we have something at this point. Okay. The judge said next government witness. Okay. So they're on to the next government witness, and it's another special agent. Okay, good. Okay, good. So before we get into that testimony, let me just quickly turn and see if there's anything new from the CNN side. No. Gerard Gannon, a special agent with Homeland Security investigations, is on the stand now. He is the 10th witness called by the prosecution. Okay. So I am hopeful, similar to how I was hopeful when the first special agent testified, I am hopeful that this testimony from the special agent is going to be more in the space of RICO, the criminal organization, and stuff like that. That's what I'm hoping for because we need more of that, right? Because right now, based off of what's been presented, I have no idea what some people on the jury might think. And remember, from a defense perspective, they only need one juror to have reasonable doubt. They only need one, right? So the prosecutor, it may be a part of their strategy to bring on later, like more about the things connected to trafficking and RICO, this criminal organization. That may have been their strategy all along. But people are waiting for it. People are waiting for it. So maybe this is it. Maybe this is it. Maybe this special agent is the one who is actually going to deliver on that type of testimony because like I mentioned earlier, the information we got from the very first special agent was she was on the stand only for a short amount of time. And yeah, I didn't really think she gave us that much. So let's see where we go with this particular special agent. Okay, the judge asked for the next government witness. The prosecutor says the government called Special Agent Gerard Gannon. The prosecutor asked, "Where do you work?" He says, "HSI in Miami in the National Security Group." The prosecutor says, in March 2024, excuse me, the HSI Human Trafficking Group, Sex and Labor in Miami. Okay. All right. I think now this is where we're going. Okay. I'm looking forward to this testimony. I am looking forward to this testimony, and I am hoping that if the federal government has the goods on Diddy to show that he definitely had a criminal organization that involved sex trafficking, my apologies, and racketeering, we do want to see more testimony around that. So I am anticipating what this agent might say and hoping that we're going to get a lot more out of him than what we did the very first agent. So let's check and see if we have any kind of update. We're still waiting. We're still waiting. All right. Let me go back just a little bit here. All right. So yeah, we are still very much grateful to Inner City Press for providing these updates to us. Okay, so here we are. We do have one update. Okay, so again, the agent was saying, he's with the HSI Human Trafficking Group, Sex and Labor in Miami. What time did the search begin? The prosecutor asked. The special agent said after 3 p.m. Why so late? We learned Mr. Combs and his family were flying out of the country. Prosecutor, was there a pier on the property on Star Island? The special agent said, yes, we had to monitor it. Okay. All right. Like somebody commented here, clock it. Let's get into it. Yeah, let's get into it because this is what a lot of people have been waiting on. Like, let's get into what evidence you have to connect back the trafficking and RICO. Let's get into it. The government has to prove he trafficked so they can get Diddy's money. His kids better be looking for employment. His kids definitely better be looking for employment because I do believe the lifestyle to which they have grown accustomed. Okay, the lifestyle they only knew. They've never known any other lifestyle. I don't think it's going to be the same moving forward. If Diddy gets out of this found not guilty of all charges, I am telling you right now, I don't know what kind of miracle that would be. I don't even want to call it a miracle. But he would be getting a chance that is just unimaginable. I don't see it. So I'm assuming that Diddy's going to jail. What amount of time? Who knows? But he's going to go to prison. And if he does, with all of the other civil suits that are out there, if it's a part of RICO, if it's thought to be you earn this money in part from criminal organizations, they will definitely seize things. So, what does that mean for seizing property and so on? I know they used to say that a lot of his stuff he had in his mother's name. So I don't know if that was a way to protect the wealth, and I don't know how the laws work with that. If they feel like that was intentional, what you were doing to protect the wealth, is there some kind of way that they could still seize, property, money, and so on? I would like to think, especially with him knowing what was coming down the road, that he did things to try to make sure his kids would be good, far as literally giving them money or doing something where they had things in their name. I would like to think that he did those things. But if he's found guilty and he goes to jail for an extended time, I think the life as they knew it is done. It's done. From an entertainment perspective, the son of his that looks just like him, Christian, I believe is his name, he's tried to get off a rap career. I can remember listening to a song or two from him. I didn't think he was really that bad, but he just never took off. The oldest son, Quincy, who is Al B. Sure's biological son, he's done a little acting here and there. Justin, I'm sorry, he's not the oldest son. Justin, I believe, is the oldest son. Justin, I don't know what Justin's into these days. I don't know. He may very well be doing things, may have investments, businesses, or something. Somehow that's not the feeling I get. And then you have the daughters, the identical twins, and then the other sister, Kim Porter, and the mother of the other daughter who's the same age as the twins. They were both pregnant at the same time. But those three girls have been hanging together from since they were small. Okay, so they appear to have a very strong relationship, and they have been raised, it appears, as full-on sisters. So I'm sure they're graduating from high school and should have college if that's what they're trying to do. So who knows what the future holds for them, and who knows how Diddy may have put things aside for them to try to protect their future. All that being said, if Diddy should end up going to prison for a significant amount of time, not to mention life, I don't think the financial outlook that these kids are accustomed to, I don't think what they are accustomed to financially will be the same for the future. And they will have to survive it. And you know what? That's going to be hard, because if you have been raised, if from day one on this planet, this has been your lifestyle, that's got to be a hard adjustment. So, yeah, because it's too many cases against him. If it's RICO, like I said, they seize money, property, all of that. He has to pay these lawyer fees. I don't know what would be left after all of that. What might be left after all of that? We do have an update on the CNN side. All right, so let me read what's here while we're waiting for the X thread to be updated. The special agent gives details about the March 2024 raid on Combs's Miami Beach home. Special Agent Gerard Gannon said he was the special agent in charge on the ground for the search of Sean Diddy Combs's Miami Beach home on March 25th, 2024. Gannon said the search was assigned to his unit because it was tied to a human trafficking investigation. Between 80 and 90 law enforcement agents participated in the search because of the size of the property, he said. The home is about 20,000 square feet and includes a main residence and a guest house. The search required the special response team to deal with security measures on the property, Gannon said. And about 25 special response team members gained entrance and cleared the property to ensure the property was safe to start the search. They were prepared to potentially confront armed security. Gannon testified that some agents were positioned on boats to potentially intercept anyone trying to leave the property via the direct water access. The search began after 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time that day. Usually, search warrants are executed early in the morning around 6 a.m. or so, but they waited for Combs to leave. Gannon said law enforcement understood Combs was scheduled to leave on a trip with his family. He testified. Wow. Okay. So let's go back and see if we have any update here on X. All right. So we're still waiting on this side for the reporter inside the courtroom to give us an update. One person here commented in the comments, the government has to prove he trafficked. Okay, I've already read that. So that that person is saying so that they can get Diddy's money. All right. So let's see if we have anything else here. All right. We've talked about this and what I just read from CNN about the search beginning at 3 p.m. They were asked, prosecutor asked why so late, and they said that they learned that Mr. Combs and his family were flying out of the country. So there was a pier on the property on Star Island, and he said yes, and they had to monitor it. So again, just recapping what we just read on the CNN page. Comments. Someone said this was his security. I'm not sure what that comment means. Here we go. Next witness, FBI agent from Miami. So yes. So we are here now with this agent, and we are, I think many people are anxiously awaiting what he has to tell us. What does he have to share with us that might really start hitting home on the RICO charges? So right now we're still waiting. We're still waiting. It's just so much in this trial. I declare it's just I saw some comments too where people are really starting to feel like they wish that the jury had been sequestered. I guess because this case is everywhere. Everybody's talking about this case. And so there are just many people who feel as if the jury should be sequestered. Not to mention the last 2 days, the actual proceedings have started late because a juror has not been there. Yesterday, they were waiting on one juror to arrive who was running late. Today, 4 jurors were late. And so don't know why. They don't get into why, of course. Someone suggested something with the trains or something like that. But anyway, they had to wait on 4 jurors this morning before they get started. So there are some folks who who strongly believe that the jury should have been sequestered because they just don't think it's any way for them not to get kind of caught up in the press and the social media around this case. So who knows? Too late though. They weren't, and now we just got to deal with whatever's happening here, or whatever process they have to go through. They have to deal with it because they have not been sequestered. And can you imagine how hard it must be to be sequestered for 2 months? That's a lot. All right. We are still waiting for an update. We haven't received one yet from Inner City Press. So I don't know if they are perhaps on a sidebar of some sort, because those tend to happen quite a bit in this case. And when it does, and it takes a long amount of time, it is normally a gap between when we'll get our next update. So I am just at this point just kind of toggling back and forth to see if we have anything. I think I need to find someone who can do at least a portion of these lives with me, because while I'm waiting like this, it would kind of be nice to have someone to talk with about some of the things we're seeing. But yeah, this is this is going to take, I don't know if this juror, well, I keep saying a juror, I don't know if this witness will go beyond today's testimony, because right now it's 2:38, so that's still fairly early, considering that they won't end court probably until like maybe 3 hours from now. So yeah, so that still is somewhat early. um so who knows, we might actually get another witness after the special agent leaves the stand, or he may take up the rest of the afternoon. So let's see if we have anything going on here. Yeah, no, we still do not have an update. Um, of course, 50 Cent has made a comment about everything that's going on. He made a comment about the people outside wearing the Free Diddy shirts. Let me see if I can share that with y'all right quick. 50 Cent, one thing about 50 Cent, he is going to troll forever. Okay. And when 50 Cent is trolling, especially in this Diddy situation with the domestic violence, I'm always like, be careful. Be careful, because you have had your own allegations. So just be careful about that. Let me share this screen with you all. Hold on 1 second. All right. So, oh, good. Let's make sure you guys can see it. Okay. So 50 Cent said over the weekend, the Queens rapper and filmmaker posted a video that was floating around social media of a group of people wearing Free Diddy shirts outside Manhattan Federal Court, and couldn't help but comment on what he was watching. Diddy paying people to wear Free Diddy shirts is diabolical, he quipped in the caption. But $20 for an hour ain't bad. I might go throw that on for an hour tomorrow. If Diddy had I'm sorry, if 50 Cent, and I'm glad, of course, he's joking about him actually going down there, but he is such a troll. He is such a troll, you almost can't put it past him. If he had actually taken himself down there and put on one of those shirts, which I don't think he would ever, because he is no fan of Diddy at all. They've been beefing for a long time. But he's taken every opportunity to take a jab at Diddy. But he is right. There were people down there with Free Diddy shirts. Supposedly there were people being paid $20 an hour to wear the shirts. People were suggesting that Diddy's sons, maybe one or all of them, had something to do with that. We have no confirmation of that at all. But the people out there with the Free Diddy shirts were paid. They were even talking to someone who was asked if she wanted to wear the shirt, and she said she refused. So again, just more as if this case needed any more of that stuff. That's just one more thing to add to all of the weirdness with this case. All right, so let's go back to X at this point and see if we have any other update from inside the courtroom. Hopefully we have an update at this point in time. Okay, no, we do not have one there, but I do think there's an update on CNN. So let's just see what we have. Okay. According to CNN, they said this happened a minute ago. The agents broke through Combs' Miami Beach front gate during the search. Homeland Security agent testifies. The jury was shown a picture of Sean Diddy Combs' Miami Beach home's front gate, which was broken. Agents used their vehicle to break through the gate to enter the property. Gerard Gannon, a special agent with Homeland Security investigations, testified. He said it was standard practice when conducting a search warrant as the quickest and safest option to be able to get onto the property. Well, maybe it is, but that sounds kind of so it's standard practice to tear people gates down. Agents use their vehicle to break through the gate to enter the property. He said it was standard practice when conducting a search warrant as the quote unquote quickest and safest option to be able to get into the property. I don't know. I mean, of course, I don't know what's legit and what he's saying or not. Maybe what he's saying is exactly right. It seems a bit extreme. It seems a bit extreme, but okay. Okay. So that's what they've updated on the CNN side. And let me see if we have anything else. Oh, we appear to still be waiting on the X side. So we haven't gotten an update from them for a few minutes now. So I don't know if maybe our reporter had to take a bathroom break or something because we've not had an update from him in a few minutes now. Since this one that we received at 2:25 and it's now 2:44, so that's been a while. So that's why I love cross-referencing to the CNN page because there had to be a lot going on between 2:25 and 2:44 and we're not getting those updates. So and still no update. Okay. I hope the gentleman with inner city press is good because it normally doesn't take him quite that long to get back with an update. So we are still waiting. Someone said they are blowing through these witnesses. Someone said, okay, finally, something to do with sex trafficking. Where the chef, though? Yeah, again, that's like, they brought up the chef. They talked about the assistant David James putting his hands on her. And I think the chef is probably going to testify later, but yeah, they've just moved on. It's really interesting to see the order of these witnesses because you would think like maybe she would be next. Maybe the Punisher should have answered questions right after Cassie, just for the flow of it. That might even help people keep these details straight in their head. But I don't know. For whatever reason, it is going the way it's going, and we are all trying to just keep pace. Okay. So let's go back and see if we have any update at this point from inside the courtroom. And no, I am very curious as to what is happening because it doesn't normally take this long. The last update on the CNN side was 4 minutes ago. So we're still very much waiting on the next update. Yeah, I think they're going to circle back to the chef who was allegedly choked by one of the assistants. I think they're definitely going to continue circling back to the Suge Knight story. I definitely think Diddy, Security, D-Rock, Bonds, and I keep forgetting the other gentleman who comes up occasionally. Security is definitely going to be called. Too many incidents where Cassie herself and other people have testified that security was present for a lot of incidents and they did nothing. One incident Cassie testified to. She was actually trying to escape Diddy and one of the security guards brought her back. I know that particular, and that's the bond security person. I know he signed the deal with the prosecution because with that testimony from Cassie, he should definitely have charges on him. So by the time we see him hit the stand, hmm, yeah, he definitely would have signed some kind of agreement with the prosecution in his own best interest, of course. Okay, we're still waiting on an update. The special agent has told us about them breaking the fence at Diddy's Miami mansion. They ran a truck through the gate and broke it down, and this agent testified that that is standard operating procedures. But they also testified that they waited to raid the Miami home as late as they did because they knew Diddy and his family were supposedly flying out of the country and would not be there. But still, and yet, I guess they didn't know if armed guards were left behind. That is something the special agent said that they would have concerns about. So anyway, they broke the gate down with a truck, and they said that was standard operating procedure. So, not that Diddy needed for them to pay for it to repair it, but it does make you wonder if you destroy somebody's personal property like that, do they pay for it? So, at this moment, we don't have any additional updates from on the CNN side. We do not have and have not gotten any additional updates from Inner City Press, who is inside of the courtroom. So we're still somewhat in limbo. We're just waiting. We are waiting. I think the most damning testimony of the day was Cassie's mom. The testimony around the $20,000 that Diddy extorted from them. To me, that was the most impactful testimony of the day. And the fact that she was not asked any questions by the defense. I don't know. Something about that almost felt like that moment would definitely be one of the nails in Diddy's coffin for sure. For sure. Okay. Let's see. We'll tap back in and see, do we have any update? Normally, Inner City Press will tell us like if there's a sidebar or an extended sidebar happening or something like that. And he didn't say that this time. So I have no idea what is going on. Let's go all the way out and try to come back in and see. I saw these pictures earlier, and I didn't know when I looked at them of Cassie, and they said the image on the left is soon after the injury. The image on the right is a full week after the injury. I just didn't know if these pictures were legit or somebody doing something with AI. Prosecutors upload evidence that they've shown to the jury, including these photos. These photos depict injuries to Cassie's eyebrow after being struck by Diddy. So let me see. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I was just trying to see were there any comments like citing sources. So, oh my God. That made my skin crawl a little bit. That's a little bit. Okay, let's see what else we might have. Definitely not. This is a stream that we're following for the Diddy case. So I just came all the way out to try to see if we could maybe something's going on with my refresh as to why we don't have an update yet. But Yeah, it just seems like it's not ready yet. I'm not really sure what's happening because, like I said, normally inner city press updates are definitely more um, up to date than this. So let me just make sure that's the testimony from the male exotic dancer. Mm, yeah, that's him talking about some other things he's into. I don't know what's happening right now, y'all. Let me check a couple of more things to see what's going on. What in the world is this? Okay. Okay. We finally have an update. Okay. So again, the prosecutor said, was there a pier on the property of on Star Island? Uh, the special agent said, yes, we had to monitor it. The photos of Star Island are shown. And then the prosecutor says, why did you have to break open the gate? The special agent said to make sure bad actors wouldn't have time to put those who would search in danger. Okay. So he then showed the special agent a photo. He said, what's this a photo of? And the special agent said the pool and the pier. The prosecutor asked, what did you find here? The special agent said parts of AR-15 rifles, sex toys, and Astroglide. Lord Jesus. We already knew from everything we've already been told, everything we've already heard, that something is wrong with Diddy, but something is wrong with him. And I mean, I wonder when, just from a sexual perspective, has he been this extreme? I mean, when did this start? What caused this? Because I mean, just it's just a lot. Okay. Let's see if we have any other update. Okay, the guns were photos of the guns shown to the jury. On the CNN side, okay, we have a longer. Okay, but this is really just an analyst giving his take. But I'll definitely come back to that and share with you all what's there if these updates on X don't continue to flow more quickly. Okay. So we are very much still awaiting. Why could this trial not be televised? Okay. So we'll just go back out and see if we have anything. Somebody said, I really don't care about Astroglide and guns. Luckily, he lives in Florida. Let's get to the Rico part. Yeah, I feel you on that. It really not getting to the Rico part, and in some ways, it's starting to get exhausting. It's just starting to get exhausting. Not to hurry up and get to the part connected to Rico. Let's get to that because I mean, if we're feeling this way, who knows how the jury's feeling? But you start to get burnt out, or almost feeling like you're getting burnt out. Because even when you have someone on the stand who may be saying the most salacious things, as the male sex worker did, he said a lot of salacious things, okay? It's still at a certain point, it's just like enough. I've heard enough. I don't need to know anything else about these freak offs. I don't need to know anything else about the domestic violence. You all have covered that part of the case. Can we move on to anything that is directly connected to a criminal organization? Can we Can we move on to anything that is directly connected to sex trafficking? Can we do that? Because I mean, really, the jury might even start feeling like, this is kind of like overkill. Get to the RICO stuff. Because I'm really kind of burnt out. I don't really want to hear anything else from any sex workers and all that. I just don't. All right, let's see if we have an update on the CNN side. All right, the jury sees parts of AR-15s found in Combs' master bedroom. The jury saw photos of items found in one of the closets in the master bedroom of Sean Diddy Combs' Miami Beach home. Law enforcement agents raided the home in 2024. Special Agent Gerard Gannon testified that agents found platform. Oh boy. Oh. So we get a special agent. The special agent is understanding. I'm hopeful, like, okay, now come on, talk to us. Give us the evidence on the criminal organization. And at this point, the agent is still talking to us about things related to like the sex stuff. Okay. And I'm reading from the CNN page right now while we're kind of trying to wait on the X feed to be updated. So, according to the CNN page, the special agent testified that agents found platform high heels, sex toys, baby oil, personal lubricant, and lingerie in the closet. They also found upper and lower receivers of AR-15s, which are parts of the weapon. Gannon said the team was not able to determine the maker of one of the AR-15 rifles recovered in the closet. Sitting on the witness stand, Gannon held up an evidence bag holding the AR-15 upper receivers. Gannon put on rubber gloves and held up one of the upper receivers for the jury. He said there's zip ties securing the gun so it's not able to be fired. Okay. Somebody needs to help us out. Is there a crime here? Is there a crime here? I'm actually starting to get a little bit frustrated. I'm actually starting to get a little frustrated because this prosecution is going to really mess around, and Diddy's going to as unlikely as it may seem, the prosecution is going to continue to mess around with the path that they're going and potentially set up a scenario in which Diddy gets to go home. Now, I'm cool with this man going to prison. And I'm cool with him going to prison for the rest of his life, honestly, because of what he did. But you got to show us, what did he do with the RICO and the sex trafficking? What did he do? And if you had press charges at the state level, probably past the statute of limitations is what I'm thinking. On the DV charges, I would have been so cool with him doing the maximum amount of time for that as well. But I'm starting to get very frustrated that we are not seeing evidence, but especially when when the special agent, this is the second one, when the special agent takes the stand, I start feeling like, okay, now we're going to start getting the information now. And even with the guy who's on the stand right now, okay, I mean, more sick stuff, or He found platform high heels, sex toys, baby oil, personal lubricant, and lingerie in the closet. Okay, that sounds about right for Diddy. They also found upper and lowercase receivers for AR-15s. I need to know, is that against the law? I don't know, especially with it being in Florida. Is that against the law? And if it is against the law, whatever law that might be violating, is it one of these charges y'all charged him with? I'm expecting special agents to start giving us information on RICO and sex trafficking. And it's really starting to get frustrating that we are not seeing that. So I need them to come on. I don't know what long game the prosecution is trying to take, because I can't imagine they brought these charges up on Diddy and did not have this information. I can't imagine that they would do that. Primarily because what you always hear people say, if the prosecution brings forth a case, it's already done, because they dot all of their I's and cross all of their T's, and they do all of their leg work before they even press a charge. Their conviction rate is some 90 something percent, way up there. So am I tripping? Y'all can let me know if I'm tripping. But I am getting frustrated right now by this special agent on the stand, not really, in my opinion, so far telling us anything. All right. Okay, so we have an update on X. We left off with the prosecutor asking the special agent, "What's this a photo of?" He said, "The pool and the pier." The prosecutor asked, "What did you find there?" The special agent talked about him finding the AR-15 rifles, sex toys, Astroglide. The special agent said these magazines were loaded with bullets. The prosecutor said, "What do these show?" And the special agent said the serial numbers have been cut out. Now that sounds like something that should definitely be against the law. Okay. Is that connected to any of the things he's been charged with? It's what I'm curious about. Maybe there's a dotted line from these guns with shaved off serial numbers. Maybe there's a dotted line from those guns to the proof that there's a criminal organization. We need more dots. If we're going to connect the dots on this, we need more dots. Okay, it's just stressful. It's just stressful. And maybe they're getting maybe against my gut instinct, I should choose in this moment to be optimistic and give the prosecution the benefit of the doubt that they are going to get there. Maybe that's what I should do. All right, I'm going to try to do that. We'll see how successful I am, but I'm going to try. I'm going to try. Okay. All right, just checking to see if we have any other updates. And I'm sorry, I don't know where that sound came from. Okay. So we have the update where he talked about the serial numbers being cut out. The prosecutor said, "Let's turn to two more exhibits. What are these?" The special agent, it said, "The ammunition we found." The prosecutor said, "And these platform high heels, how high are they?" This is why I'm frustrated. Why is the prosecutor asking the special agent how high a pair of heels are? Why is he asking about the height of the heels on the platform shoes? How could this possibly be relevant? And these platform high heels, how high are they? Special agent says 7 inches. Prosecutor said this may be a good place to break for the day. You're right, it may be a good place to break for the day. What time is it? Oh, they will be ending early. It's 3:08. If they're ending right now, they're ending early. It is 3:08. But if this is all they got to ask the special agent, I'm very okay with them ending early because hello, hello. What's happening right now? Federal law prohibits defaced firearms. Okay, we thought that it had to be against the law. Specifically makes it illegal to possess a firearm with a removed, obliterated, or altered serial number. Penalties for violation. Violation of this law can result in a felony conviction with potential prison time and fines. Okay, fine. Thank you. I'm glad that person posted that in the comment. We all agree. As soon as we know, when you said you found the rifle, first thing, okay. Especially you in Florida, the people can have guns. Don't know if that's an illegal gun or not. I doubt it. It's in Florida. When you said the serial numbers were cut out, we're like, okay, we know that has to be a crime. That can't be legal. Is that connected to what he's being charged with? And then to go from that testimony, talk a little bit about the ammunition there, and then go back to how high were the heels on the platform shoes? This case is frustrating. So let me go to CNN's update and share that with y'all. And maybe they can share more context where maybe I could be a little less frustrated. So they're recapping some of what we saw in the X feed, which is that the agents found 2 magazines loaded with bullets, along with 2 lower receivers in the closet. A special agent with the Homeland Security testified. The jury was shown photos of the items, including close-ups of their serial numbers scratched out. Gannon said it's a lot more difficult or impossible to determine the owner of a firearm without a serial number. Gannon held an evidence bag containing the AR-15 lower receivers while on the witness stand. Gannon testified that the AR-15s recovered from Diddy's closet could have been used as fully automatic rifles at some point, but the safety selector lever was set to semi-automatic when HSI recovered them. Typically, AR-15s manufactured as semi-automatic weapons don't have full automatic indicators like this, Gannon said. Okay. The judge has dismissed the jury for the day. The special agent shows a photo of lingerie and high heel shoes from the closet in Combs's Miami home. Jared Gannon, a special agent with Homeland Security Investigation, showed the jury another photo of items found in one of the closets in the master bedroom of Sean Diddy Combs' Miami Beach home. This time showing lingerie and several boxes of platform heels. Okay, several boxes of platform heels. Okay, still. Freak, ick, we get it. Okay. Special agent held up an evidence bag holding platform high heel shoes recovered from the closet. Okay. Y'all, I'm so glad this trial is over for the day because when I tell you I am so frustrated with this special agent testimony. Now, when I'm having one of these moments in this Diddy trial, I have to always ask myself, What else might be true? Day 7, and what is to be a 2-month trial. What else might be true? What might be the reason that instead of this special agent focusing on or having testimony to show a criminal organization, racketeering, to support those charges, we get back to the hills, the Astroglide, rather quickly, right? So I am going to hope that the reason why we are here, why we're talking about the closet in the master bedroom, and that uh, Gannon held up an evidence bag holding platform high heeled shoes. Okay. This time showing lingerie and several boxes of platform high heels. So I don't know if this is a dotted line again to other evidence to connect to sex trafficking. I don't know if this is a situation where do you have evidence that women were sex trafficked and then had to put this stuff on? I'm hoping that maybe that's the dotted line that we cannot see right now. Because if it does not get any deeper than this with the special agents when they're testifying, I'm just like, I can't believe this is all there is from the prosecution side. So again, I know to some extent I might be a bit overreacting because again, it is day 7 on a 2-month trial, but I'm sorry, it's just frustrating to at this point have 2 special agents take the stand and for them not to really give us a whole lot of anything where we could say, okay, finally, we are starting to get some testimony of substance that is going to support the charge of a criminal organization. So maybe it is to come. Maybe it is to come. Whew. All right. Well, that is the end of day 7. Thank you all for joining the live. Please, even if you're rewatching this, comment, like the video. And definitely, if you are not a subscriber, please consider subscribing. I would love to have your support as I am going further along in my journey of trying to become a better content creator. So I definitely appreciate your support. I also appreciate any feedback you have. So again, thank y'all. And until the next time, I definitely will be back tomorrow to live stream day 8 of Diddy's trial. And who knows what that will bring. If we had to bet on it right now, we could say it's definitely going to bring more kink stuff. Yeah. So until tomorrow, bye y'all.